Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the second part of the Processing Community Day in Porto. And John Giro said that the difference between a novice and an expert is 10 years of experience. And so it's my pleasure to introduce you Ana Carreras, a double expert, since she's working since 2 decades with interactive technologies and computational systems. Ana Carreras is a creative coder and digital artist that explores generative algorithms, creative code, and interactive technology as means of communication and expression. She has 2 masters, one in engineering from Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, and another one in audiovisual technologies from Universitat Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona as well. She develops complex systems composed between order and chaos, and some of her works promote audience participation, merging human diverse behavior with digital electromechanical technologies. So I welcome Ana, and let's enjoy what you have to share with us today. Thank you very much, Ana.
Okay. Thank you for this super presentation. Thank you, University of Porto, for having me here. Yes, this is the title of the work, that it's finding balance on generative art and on using algorithms to get surprised. So this idea of working between order and chaos. But I will explain, I will talk mostly to artists and designers about my artistic practice and how it has evolved, what interests me and what drives me. Because even if this is the title, I just arrived in Porto and I found this like, pode esperar de falar como se fosses un enigma? And I thought this question was for me. It's like, what are you saying when you say this? No parles como un enigma. So I thought, okay, I need to explain in detail was what has been my interest and my dedication the last 20 or 70 years. And it's that I create art, and I can call myself an artist now, using code. Mostly it's processing, and that's why I'm in the processing community today. But even with other languages. I also teach coding to designers. So if you are here in this faculty studying design, welcome. I think it's quite interesting, like people from arts, designers too, you have a lot of creativity, a lot of ideas in your mind, and it ends up to a point where, let me choose the right words in my Spanglish so I can try to communicate this. It in a point where your creativity gets limited by the softwares you are, or the softwares you are using to express your ideas. It's like, okay, we're already using a lot of technology, a lot of softwares to create what you are creating, but sometimes what you get in your mind cannot be put there because there's no software that can do that for you. And at that point, the only thing that you can do is to talk directly with these machines in their own language, to ask them to draw, to create what you want to create. And I'm talking about interactive installations, immersive environments or responsive environments, performances, and digital art or generative art. And at that point, what gives you to speak with them, it's like you are still the intelligent part of the relation. I'm not into artificial intelligence. I just write algorithms, rules, and try to make them build and create what I want, or to draw what I want to draw. So it's in that point that you need to relate to them, or to ask the computer to draw what you want to draw in their own language. And here is where coding expands your world and doesn't limit you, because it's not a company or big companies driving you to apply the plugins or the cool design new techniques or whatever. It's you talking and having a conversation or a dialogue with the computer and coding directly what you want to be drawn or what you want to grow there. And when I mean grow, I have an example. This project is from 2021. It's called Figueras Impulsivas, which is it's trying to grow fig trees. And when I code algorithms, they don't learn anything. They don't use artificial intelligence. I make this because the artificial intelligence for me is like, okay, we can have another discussion, another keynote about this. But it's like when I code, I just try to make the machine like, okay, you make a circle this, the light is coming from below or from above. And then I just create a system or an algorithm where the tree just grows. And there's some randomness, digital randomness here, than in the algorithm and in the code that makes the tree grow. And I can adjust it or have a dialogue with it because I want to make it look like a fig tree, not like a palm tree or another kind of tree. So you can enter in a dialogue with the computer to achieve what, like an artist, you want to achieve. But there is something behind also, that it's this part of randomness, and you can give more or less randomness to the algorithm. So the artist, we cannot fully control what this will look like at the end. And sometimes the tree grows to the left, sometimes the tree goes to the right. So these kind of words in the generative art spectrum, they are like unique, or like even me, I cannot reproduce this. This was one of the times that the algorithm grow a tree, and I cannot totally reproduce this tree again. So it was unique for that time, and it's gone. I cannot do it again. So this makes something, or this approach makes generative art and creating art with algorithms something that it's not that deterministic. Even if we work with computers and looks like everything should be rule-based and deterministic, there's something that more, I don't know, more organic there, because things sometimes happen one time and then they just disappear. As it was said in the introduction, I've been doing generative stuff and interactive installations for quite a few years, but I will be talking about my latest research and ways of doing things. I'm coming from interactive installations, mostly full body interactive installations, where the audience contributes to the final art piece or to the final result. I was interested in full body interaction, so everything was about gestures, movement, and how the audience can talk with the computer through these more non-invasive interfaces, or more more body interfaces. And but then there was a pandemic, and everything that involved the audience participating in art pieces was impossible. Audience could not be there. We could not have them jumping, moving, shouting, or interacting at all. So I used everything that I knew about creating things in real time to end up doing and generating art pieces that have ended in some galleries. I think it's a natural way of ending here, because while you are creating things that doesn't exist and you are responding to audience behaviors, things cannot be already recorded. This is not a video. You are creating the visuals in real time. You are creating the visuals or the response, the audiovisual response. It's creating in that exact moment, depending on the interaction of the participants. So it's already generated. Instead of having some feedback or capturing some data from the audience and the public, in this case, it's just as we didn't have, because of the pandemics, we didn't have the audience. It ended up just being the generative part. So it's only about the system. And this is what has been, for me, interesting to explore for the last 20 years and the last couple and 3-4 years. It's how we can play with systems and the complexity that it's behind them, and where is the soul or the intrinsic characteristics of generative media, of generative art that we can create, and how something that it's really digital and procedural and it looks like rule-based can enhance some kind of our memories, or can talk about our past and future experiences. So yeah, about what is characteristic of the digital media, I have some examples. This project was also released on 2021. It's called Arrels, which means roots in Catalan. And it's this idea of how can we explore some landscapes, or how can we relate to our soil or our roots or our inner experiences to grab something from here. And this is the super dry Spanish area where my grandparents lived. And how can I take something from here and then end up putting it in a digital or generative piece that talks about that, even if it's in a holistic way, because the colors are not related to that. How can I talk about that? And this is a short video of this piece called Arrels, but it's a generative piece. So here you only have a small part, and it's going, it's playing in a loop. But actually, it's a generative animated piece. So it never, the original one, it will never look the same. Never, it will never repeat, never ever. It's like, okay, it's not never, but I think we need 6 million years to repeat it. So let's agree that it's never, or something like this. It's something that is happening, and it's the computer that it's drawing every single small circle that creates these movements. So it's unique every time that you look at this, not this small video that is running in loop, but the original piece. It's like an infinite ever changing and evolving piece, and always we are with this kind of aesthetic, so it's coherent, but never or ever will repeat. And we agree on that. It's not absolutely true, but it's so, yeah. So my research have been, and this is something that we were discussing last week in Barcelona with some artists, like if you have some imaginary and some memories, and then in between there is image in several formats, like that we can use it to put this imaginary or these memories or these ideas into the wall. How can we then reconnect what goes there to these memories, or how can we work about this to bring some of these ideas in the current iconography or in the current systems that we have, to bring it to the wall and to the audience. And it sounds really abstract, and I'm trying to not get super blah 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 complicated, because I remember that poster in Plaza Batalla. So it's like, no, don't talk like you are an enigma. But this is another project that I think it will work as an example. This project is called Ganchillo, and it's also an animated and interactive piece, and it's inspired, I don't know how you call this in English or in Portuguese. Crochet? Okay, then crochet. This is my grandmother's crochet, then, doing this kind of things that are all around my mother's house. It's all around the house. It's full of this. That's why. And then how can I translate something like this that takes time and takes repetition into this, which is also an algorithm that also uses a lot of repetition. So this repetition thing of doing crochet, it's also intrinsically, no sé, pero it's also here behind the resulting image, because in the algorithm, there's also this kind of loops and repetition and repetition and repetition. And I think this loops and repetition is something really it's really an intrinsic characteristic of algorithms and systems and generative media. So can we speak, or can we make some links to this and create something that relates to that, but which maintains or which refers to these memories and these personal experiences, but also uses the particular characteristics of the generative media. And that was this piece was my purpose following that idea. That it's also inspired by the colors or something. It's quite inspired by the landscape there. Even though I don't pick exactly the colors from the photographs, it's like I work in the art, and then sometimes later it's like, yeah, but that colors that I chose, they remind me some part of or they suggest me some part of the landscape. We can talk about how to choose colors in art and design, because this is another super complicated area. And again, trying to refer to those memories, but with some kind of digital details that can only be created using algorithms and generative art. And I'm quite obsessed with that now, because it's like, if I cannot draw as someone, or sketch as some of you are doing right now here, and I admire you for that. I cannot draw anything, I'm super bad at, but if I use this generative media to create art pieces, I can, or try to focus on pieces that cannot be achieved in another way. So it cannot be hand-drawn, or it cannot be, or it could be really, really complicated to create them by hand. So that's why there are this kind of, and this is a print from the previous project, just a screenshot. But there are, here you can see this kind of small details, really digital small details that I think give you an idea of, okay, this was created by a machine, this was created by an algorithm, by a system. But even if it relates to a memory, like my grandmother doing crochet, and that process of being a lot of time doing that and having conversations while doing, and then making mistakes, bugs in the code, going back and going forth. It has aesthetically, the image has this kind of digital things that cannot be created in other ways, even with this kind of granular background, that it's a noisy background, just create with a small rectangles and squares, which actually it's, if you look close to the original piece, and I didn't brought it, sorry, because it's framed, but didn't fit in my, or not good for the suitcase. But, and if you look closer, it's obvious that it's digital. But then once it's framed, it's like, okay, but it's kind of has this kind of granular, organic feeling like the wooden frame. And I, on purpose, framed it in this golden wooden frame, because in Spain, if you frame the art in golden frames, looks like it goes to a big museum, like art. Even if it's digital, so that was in purpose, like it's totally digital, it has its own characteristics. I am framing it using golden frame. This is another project from last year, and this was called Lligams. Lligams, that means connections, and it was a commission from Palau de la Música, which is an Art Nouveau building where they play concerts in Barcelona, and there's choral chorus singing a lot. And it's like how we can create something that it's, and here it was again this idea of how can we create some projects that are really digital looking and cannot be achieved using any other media, but can talk or can relate us to a building or to what's going on in that space or in that place. So yeah, it ended up here, and obviously they take some of the colors, or they are inspired by the building itself, but they also use this kind of Art Nouveau details or repetition to use it in the digital way. So you are, again, I'm using a lot of repetitions to create soft details and grow some kind of lines or structures that would be impossible to draw by hand, because I don't know, you will end up crazy after 10 years drawing lines by hand. So again, it's something that brings you or takes you to the, or connects you to there, but it's using some, again, a lot of repetitions and intrinsic characteristics, sorry, of the, but you get it, of the media to create the final images. And it's called Lligams, the project, this kind of connections, because they are these kinds of connecting like paths that can connect the history or the ancient architecture and Art Nouveau ideas to digital proposals that we can work nowadays. So, yeah, And it was after having the art pieces that it was like, okay, and it really connects with some parts of the building and of the structure of the space, but in a maybe not in a mosaic way, but in a digital way. So as you can see, I'm quite obsessed of how can we explore these intrinsic characteristics of the repetition and of the algorithms who generate visuals to get something that cannot be done with the softwares or tools that you can get in the market or in the, I don't know if you buy them or whatever. Okay, and the other part is about this kind of systems and how it seems contradictory, but having a few rules in an algorithm that will always be like a machine, no? It's like, we'll always do the same instructions, and you stop it and you run it again, the algorithm, please draw me whatever, and it follows the artist's instructions again. How these systems that look so strict and procedural and closed, how they can create complex things that we didn't even code them, or we didn't think that it could be there, but they are. And this is the other half of my obsession. And it's not that complicated to understand, but because it's like we have a lot of elements, and I will show you some examples of my work that explore this idea, but it's like how if we have a collection of elements and they interact with each other following simple rules, what can emerge from these behaviors that can surprise us at large scale? And it's something that other artists like Xavi Bou, who is a photographer, are interested in this, because birds flocking, it's something that works like this. It's every bird has just two super simple rules to follow. It's like to follow, and the first rule is I'm flying in the direction of all the group. And the second rule the bird is following is, okay, I'm going in the group direction, but I need to check my neighbors in order not to collide with them. These two simple rules have interested also generative artists, Diego Suarez, who had been working with these flocking algorithms, or Robert Hodgkin, who has also a project about flocking birds, because without any director, any choreographer, anyone who is leading the group, only with the small rules for each of the birds, these kind of super nice structures and dances that I'm sure you have seen, they appear. So how they can dance like this if there's no one guiding them or directing them? And this is how simple rules can create complex drawings or complex behaviors that can be so surprising. And this mixes a lot of things, like complex systems come from cybernetics and system theory, but there's something about digital aesthetics here also. And this idea that we have some kind of complex theory that can go behind what we do in generative art with systems. And it's this idea that if things are super ordered and everything has an order, we have patterns and tilings, and come on, you are so used to tiles, so they can also be super interesting, and they are an art to make nice tilings. And in the other side, there's this chaos or this noise. So if things get too noisy, then they are disorder, but maybe they are not aesthetically interesting anymore because it's just noise. And I'm not into music and into sound. I'm about visuals, as you can see. But it's like in that part of the spectrum, we have the noise, and that would sound like something like this. And in this part, we have the tiling, which sounds only like ting, tong, ting, tong, ting, tong. But in between, we have these full systems and randomness and fractality and things that can happen that can be quite interesting to explore. And during the lockdown, I was just making small sketches and experiments about this. And I called it, this exploration, I called it Cuarentena Generativa, because it was during the quarantine. And I was just doing small, and these are some of the results, some experiments that were exploring things between patterns and noisy and chaotic things in the other part of the spectrum. And this is where it gets interesting, how we balance between these ordered patterns and this chaos or this noise, how we find the balance here to create something that visually speaks to the audience and can be interesting to visually explore. And this is something that the art and the designers, the art students and designers, I'm sure you are struggling also with this idea. And these are some of that experiments that I'm sharing with you. This one, it's like, okay, we have this kind of bubbles, and they are moving around the space, and when they find or they are close to another, they relate. So it's like having oil or something like this flowing on top of water. So visually, they are like this, or we can visually draw them in a different way, or merging more how they are. So it looks from here, we can go visually to represent them like this. And then there's something like fluid here, no? Like oil on water, or something about fluidity that visually is there. But then in the same system, if we let this fluid trace their path or how they were moving, we end up with this kind of images, which are more like neurons or tubes or something more like tree branches or whatever. So for me, it's quite interesting to see how just changing a small part of the system and of the algorithm, I can go from something that visually suggests me fluids to something that suggests me neurons or connections or tubes. And that was part of this visual research during the quarantine. Another example is this I don't know what, but these are only stripes stripes that are packed in a circle, and then you can play with them, like adding some noise to them or making them to be more close or more packed, less packed, more stripes, less stripes. And then you have something like, it's like, okay, like a tree when you cut the tree, no sé más digo. The tree trunk, thank you. When you cut the trunk, you have this kind, but then it looks maybe like a cell, but this kind of, it suggests some organic things like this tree trunk or some cells. But then the super or more something more, I don't know, yes, more celly or more, like an organism. But then sometimes something like this happens, and I cannot reproduce this. It was like I had the chance to make a screenshot, but then you are working with some images that look like a cell, like an organism, or like a plant, or like a trunk, and then you get a herd. Then no, there's over there, and I did not plan to draw a heart, with the algorithm. So I didn't plan that heart to be there, but it just appeared, and I had the chance to make like screenshot, and it's here. Because if not, it's gone. So for me, it's quite interesting to explore why this is happening, or how can we push things to make this happen, or to have surprises like this. About systems, there is also this kind of geometrical projects that I will show you and talk to you about now. One of them that was released in 2021 is Trussets, and it's called Trussets because it means in Catalan pieces and small pieces, but it also makes reference to Truchet tiles that you have been exploring here in the university. So it's it's a language game like Truchets, more or less. And it's again my fascination, it plays with this idea of how we can, with small pieces, play like a construction game that can create several outputs that can fascinate us. And these are some of the outputs of the same algorithm. And of course, there are several color palettes here, but also the geometrical forms, which are more basic here, we could say, are quite interesting. And it's a project that it's using only 13 construction blocks, and then how we merge them in a random way can create different outputs like these ones, which are totally different and have different kinds of aesthetics and talk really differently visually. So that's what interests me, how we can play with that. And in this case, these Truchet tiles have something that makes them quite original, which is they are not using all the visual information that usually goes to a Truchet pattern tiling. They maintain a lot of background color, and so they were making the resulting image more, I don't know, letting it breathe a little more than usual. So that would make that more interesting visually for me. As you can see, I also have inspiration for my color palettes from my country background experience and life experience and landscape. So this one is inspired in paella, that one in tortillas. So of course, also in the landscape, and this is this red La Barca colors. This is Sagres, I say it in the south of Portugal, the port of Sagres, sorry. And over there, no, that's Mediterranean, that's Menorca or Ibiza.
Sorry, what are the numbers?
Sorry?
615 and
these numbers are the artwork number.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They were, yes, the iteration of the algorithm. The number of the artwork piece inside the huge collection.
Thank you.
Yes, the numbers are the numbers of these. Yes, these iterations. So yeah, and you here can also see. So you see that I'm obsessed with systems, but always trying to link them to my landscape experience. So merge the two interests or obsessions that I'm working on. These kind of olive trees that I'm related to, they are also here. So how can I put some part of my experiences there? This is a more recent project that works about this idea. This was released this January, last January, like 2 weeks ago. And it's called Discs because it makes these circular connections. But actually this is Javera. And this went to an exhibition in Berlin. But this system is another system that just makes a grid, or it just randomly puts people that we can represent with these big circular dots. It put just randomly people or individuals or elements in a grid, and then those elements just look for their neighbors. And if they are isolated, they keep being a circle. But if they have some neighbors, they just try to connect, or they connect to their neighbors. And just with these simple rules, like I'm an element, but I'm trying to connect with my neighbors, these kind of images emerge. And I cannot beforehand, when I'm coding the algorithm, it was not planned to have a lot of circles here, but then more background space and empty space in the middle, and more full space with circles at the left part. Oh, I have dyslexia, and in English it's even worse. And if I'm like with the Beamer, it's even worse. But you get the idea. So it's again this exploration of how just having small rules can then create this kind of visual things that we cannot predict. We can be surprised by them, and how we can explore these ideas. And also, at the same time, talking about or dealing with concepts that are so about our society. It's like how we relate to our neighbors, how we make connections, and we end up being connected with someone in the other part of the grid, or of the city, or of the country. So it's something like looks like it's a system, very strict, but it talks about how we are, our society, how we relate, this. So, and at the same time, and this is a close up of the work, and at the same time, how we can draw these, again, using repetitions and characteristics that can only be done, or images that can only be created in an automatic or procedural way, and cannot be drawn by hand. So these connections and these arcs use a lot of repetition and randomness and noise, which is something that I believe it's super in the core. It's in the core of generative art and the algorithms that we use. And then this is another project last year. It's the last one I'm explaining. I don't know, I'm okay.
This is very important because in your website there is not much information about it.
Yes, there's not.
Stories about it, so please. Secrets.
Yes, this one is secret because I don't get to have everything documented properly, but I'm trying hard. So I've been doing my homework, and before coming, I documented some of the work. You are right. This one is not documented, and it's quite, and it's another project. This one, it's called l'algoritme despullat. It's the naked algorithm, and it goes even farther. It's like, okay, we are dealing with the characteristics and the generative media, and this pose some questions about, is there something that we are missing there in these technological and procedural things? And for this exhibition was in Barcelona in a museum in Las Ramblas, and was talking about tradition. And for me, coming from this background and this landscape that you have seen, it was interesting to pose the question like, okay, my grandmother and my grandfather, they lived in a small village, and they were really close to nature and to cultivate things. I don't know how is it in Portugal, but in Spain we have this oral knowledge about how the moon influences plants and seashells and other things. So if we need to make some liquor or some spirits, we are going to take the plants in full moon instead of, because the liquor will be more. If you want to cut your hair, you are not going in full moon, you are going in half moon, because then it won't grow that fast. So we have this kind of oral knowledge or oral, that it's not in the books, but I truly believe on that, because in my family there was this kind of knowledge. So for the potatoes, if I have to pick them, I will look before how is the moon before picking them. So and for me it was like, okay, how about the influence of the moon and this kind of, can we take this kind of knowledge that it's not scientific because it's not in the books, it's not in the academia, it's not in the, no, it was not registered in the proper encyclopedia. It's not encyclopedic knowledge, but it's there. How about the influence of moon in algorithms and machines? Because at the end, computers and PCBs and chips are made from minerals, which come from natural resources. So why not? And I don't have an answer, but it was just a question. So I put this naked machine over there that was naked without any protection, just to see if the moon was influencing it. And every day at the same time, it just power up, it drove the same algorithm, it ran the same generative algorithm and went to sleep. So even for a machine, like they are supposed to be working, this one was like working every day just for 5 minutes and then going to sleep and taking rest until the next day. And the algorithm was a generative one, of course, but it was the same generative algorithm. It has on purpose not knowledge, the algorithm, about in which day it was living, not knowledge about the moon, not knowledge about anything, not learning anything. And it had something generative, of course, because it's generative art, but I tried to give it the less randomness as possible as I could manage, because I wanted just to see what happened in this experiment. So it was running for 3 months, and it's not super techy. I went every week. I went there with an USB pen drive. I took the images, I went to the printer, and then I came back and hung them on the wall. Super techy thing. But it ended up with 3 months of the same algorithm running every day and asking us if there's something that visually we can see in this result. Yeah. If we can see some pattern that it's related to the moon phases. And I don't have an answer for that, but sometimes art, it's about opening questions and make people think about our wall or what's going on. So it was about opening questions, and what I detected is that people coming with the idea that moon affects us, they were super sure that moon will have an effect on the machine, and people coming with the idea that machines are not affected by the moon, they were living with the idea that there's nothing there apart from randomness. But just opening the question, I think it was interesting. And then the idea of showing generative art like a huge, amount of small pieces that I think gives us the idea that this is something automatic, but it gets, and it has the same visual aesthetics, and it's coherent, but it's unique every day and different every day. So that was the purpose of this project. And at the end, all these examples on my obsession about systems and generative art ends up with this sentence by Donella Meadows that it says that we cannot absolutely control these systems, but we can just perform or dance with them and play with them. And that's why finding the balance to create generative art pieces is so difficult, and that's why they also surprise always us. So yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Anna, for this lovely, so personal, insightful talk. And so I will open the questions to the audience, which is in the auditorium. Because
So I have one question about this. I think people call them long-form generative art projects, where you have to create like thousands of outcomes. Because for me, it's very difficult to think on that process, because I was always focused on choosing like 5 or 10 nice ones. And I would like to ask about the process where you have to write like 10,000 something artworks, or many 1,000 or 10,000.
1,000.
1,000. Because I guess there are a lot of ugly ones in the middle. How can you predict like that 1,000 nice outcomes?
It's a super good question. That's why it's super difficult to find the balance and adjust and tweak the system for that. But for me, I think it has a different approach. It's like we are not cherry picking. So the algorithm should be something like a system that really surprises you. And the nice idea of that artwork is when you have the several outputs together and you can see that everything comes from the same system, but everything is unique and has its own detail in that image or wherever that makes it unique or connects with you. So I think it's a different approach when you are cherry picking things. You are planning a system and an algorithm in a way, and when you are creating this long form, you have to be more open and think more about the full picture of everything and how they relate to them. It's quite difficult, yeah. But this is the title of the talk. It's like, because it's finding that balance is quite difficult, yeah. You're right. It's a good question because it's just struggle. It's a struggle, yes.
Most part of them, I don't like them.
Like the system run.
Like
the system run in time.
Claro.
So the idea of, like, if you can produce, I don't know, 50 images per second or whatever. So I think that some sort of come in your discussion, but so this would bring to a question or a comment I had here, which was Gilles Deleuze has proposed the concept objectile, which is a concept of the objects embedded in time. So basically, an object is a fixed relation between the form and the matter in time. So a cube is a permanent. And the objectile, that relation between the form and the matter varies along the time. And I think a lot of the things that we have been seeing here today that you have presented involve time, things that are systems that are iterating, and they can develop, as we have shown, this kind of animations from which you can photograph or take snapshots of that time span or that life of that object type. And so my comment would be instead of choosing particular pictures in this full timeline, just let it run in time, just let it flow. Like you do a lot of things in movement. I see pictures of your work, freezing moments of what the systems produce. And maybe if it makes you feel more comfortable, my advice as an older person is let it run in time.
Okay.
But I don't know if I was just trying to make some fun.
No, good point, a ver. Good point, because when I create art pieces like this one that will be evolving in time, I'm conscious that this will be running and running and running and running. And I don't know, I even know if I can explain this, but the attitude for creating it's different. That if I create pieces like this one, where the algorithm is running, but I will pick some of them, and it's not running and evolving and changing, and it's not animated on the first one, so I'm not getting a snapshot. I'm running the algorithm, I see the result, I run the algorithm again. So it's not the same process to build the artwork, and it's not the same attitude to create way of working for me. And then in this case, the third way of working, because I had no control, which I could not cherry pick the outputs as in the previous one. They are not changing, they are not moving, they are not evolving, and I even cannot cherry pick the results. So every result should be as interesting as possible.
Yes.
And this is what
about this one.
Yes, and Rodrigo is asking about these ones, because even the artists, we are not cherry picking, so we have to build something that it's diverse enough, but it's interesting enough because it's different, or it's diverse has diverse output.
Thank you.
So,
I will switch to the remote participants because there is a comment, and then I would open again the participation.
And there was a question.
Auditorium.
I think there was a question over there, or
It's related with this issue, or it's a second question? It's a new question?
It's related with product.
It's related
But product.
oh my God.
Okay. If you let me just switch to the... So basically, I had here a comment from Stig Moller, and he says, another topic for discussion might be what Kate Compton has referred to as 10,000 balls of oatmeal, pointing to the dilemma of making systems capable of producing thousands of variations, but at a certain point, it becomes irrelevant and impossible to distinguish between each individual item.
A ver, again.
So basically, I think the question or the comment is, can you projecting?
Okay.
Maybe we can challenge Steve.
I am challenging, but he says that he's in a cafe, in a bar.
Okay. But that's a good point also, and it's yes, but I think it's like the thing is the important part here. It becomes irrelevant because it's impossible to distinguish between outputs. But if the system can create diverse outputs enough, that would be quite interesting. And then there's something also there that we as artists, as it has been done in photography for years, we can decide the edition size. So at some point you have also to decide as an artist if you are doing 10K, a lot, no? A super huge edition, a smaller edition, and in photography, this has been done for years. So it's something that maybe in digital art now we are stepping into it. But as an artist, you can decide if you are running the output.
In photography, it's called spray and pray.
Spray and pray.
So you spray a lot and you pray you get one.
Okay.
So
then maybe we are spraying and praying.
But I guess in software, you're spraying like
run and prun, or no sé, run and yeah.
Well, maybe this is the elephant in the room about the AI and DALI. And try to find a way of distinguishing between generative art and AI. In generative art, you don't really know what you get, but you have control of the code and you can run it millions of times and you can get nice answers and nice views. That's just in artificial intelligence, you supply them with words and they interpret it and pick some kind of picture from the huge data band. And you can say this was a good picture coming up, or I'm not amused by it, so I put it with another keyword and you get a new one. So I would like to have a discussion of how we can distinguish generative art from that.
I have the answer. Or I have an answer. Not the answer, I have an answer. My way of seeing this, it's like they are opposite ways of working. It's if you want it, we call all of them generative art because it's generated. But what we are doing with one it's bottom-up approach and the other one is up-bottom approach. So the other, I said it correctly, but no, you get the idea. So what we are doing with algorithms is we start from scratch. We just give instructions and then we have a lot of results and we curate the output that we like, or we adjust the algorithm to change or to tweak a little bit, or we tweak the numbers to get a different or soft different output, and we curate from them. In artificial intelligence, they don't start from scratch, and they start curating the data set and the huge archive of images that will inform the algorithm that will create images. And then they curate again. But the most important part of curating in artificial intelligence is the beginning, where they curate the data set. It's like, if I get there's a project by Anna Rittler about tulips. So it took 1 year to grow tulips and make photos of those tulips to inform the algorithm to then generate artificial tulips. And our approach is like, we are not curating a data set. We are not putting a lot of images or information or text or whatever in the system. We are just writing geometrical instructions, make a circle, make a dot, choose that color, and then we are having a lot of results and we are creating them. So I think it's
I totally agree, but there's a part of noise also in artificial intelligence. You can actually run the same keywords and get different pictures.
Yes.
And how should you communicate this with the audience, with the public?
How you explain what generative is?
The difference.
The difference between the two approaches?
For a regular customer.
That it's like one's work from a data set and they generate several images and curate there. And we don't work with a data set or an archive. We strictly work with the algorithm and geometries and colors to create what we are doing.
One is statistical. Either statistical.
Yeah, statistical choice, but it's also cherry picking is kind of statistical choice. But I mean, I understand the difference between, I can see the technology, the difference between the technology, but
not
a person just watching the art.
no. Okay.
You are the audience, not the creator, the audience.
Okay.
The problem is like the person wants to fix a random seed specifically for a part of it, and the other one should.
Yeah, but that's a technical description.
Yeah. Okay.
To explain that for the audience.
Okay. You mean if someone looks at this, how can they know if it's generative or it comes from see. Pues mira, it's a good question, but it's a good question, but currently, I think that actually it's about the aesthetics that artificial intelligence can achieve.
I'm quite certain if you put in your name in the algorithm, DALI2, and a few items about paella and so on, it will show up something similar.
I don't think so, because this is so boring for an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence algorithms are super fit with photographs and pictures. So they usually the outputs usually they try to be more realistic and photographic, and we are more into abstract and geometrical things. So maybe that's the difference we can see. And for me, artificial intelligence, it still has something like the images are a little bit creepy, no? Like,
Sorry, let me just. But do you have the answer to the question?
It troubles me a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
It troubles me a lot.
But do you risk? Sorry, I know that I don't want to create any kind of.
It's a
Would you
good.
risk an answer?
Sorry,
would you dare to risk an answer?
If I have an answer, right?
Or if you want to risk an answer with us, to share with us what would be your thoughts? What would be your thoughts or a possible answer for the question?
Well, I'm into the same theme that I can explain how it's created, because it's code. You have to write the code. You don't know actually what comes out. So it's a craft. Part of the craft work involved. And that craft work is not involved in the artificial intelligence. It is in neural networking and machine learning, but that's another.
I think the crafts argument is a strong argument.
So it's
the generative art that is still a high craft component. It's in that point of view less opaque and more transparent for the normal user that doesn't do something else. I would just give the chance to the gentleman as well. I don't want to, we can come back to this discussion if there are no further questions in the end. And this is
lots of discussions, eh?
Huh?
Lots of discussions.
It would be
Okay.
My name is Nikhil. My question is very much in line with the whole perspective, which is about the human in the loop. So, as you have autonomous systems, in AI, you can have more or less the human in the loop. Results, but in some issues, services better to have human because you want to have human, not because you made sense to human, but you want human to be. So related to this, I can see that here you have very much human, whereas in AI or DALI, you have almost no human loop. So my question is about the continuum between the no human loop or more human loop, and what do you think can be the boundaries of these experiments, so you can be minimalist about having almost little interaction. For example, I was curious about, you were showing the pictures of segregation, and you were showing your works with similar colors. So I work in AI, so I was thinking there was this image was processed, so you get the colors, but at the same time, this was not the case. We're looking at them and they were inspiring you, right? So this was inspiration, not photography. So that's basically the question. Where in the continuum do you think we can go to a minimalist approach or maximalist approach? And do you think that if you have these photographs being processed automatically and giving you the colors, the shades, and already in some higher level interpretations, so that would it still be art, or it's less and less and less and less?
Jolín, good question again. A ver, stop posing me such difficult questions. Vale, this discussion has been there for like years. Like if you are making an algorithm and the algorithm is there, which part is from the artist and how much of the human is there. So yeah, everything can be automated. It's not the case, but you are right. You can have an algorithm that picks the colors from the photographs, and then those colors are translated into the color palette that you are using for the art. But at the end, if everything is super automatic, I'm not sure, but maybe it's super boring, no? I don't have a prediction for that, but maybe it can be really boring, or we get better and better for the machines to be creative. But when I scared, there's another discussion about the post-humanistic, no? It's like we want the machines to learn and be creative, following us, no? Artists as the image, or in our way, and maybe their own way to be creative is another. Come on, and we are so boring for them, and we are like feeding them to make what we do, and maybe the machines one day they are like, this is super boring. Bueno, no sé. This is another discussion, but for me, if everything is super automatic, it's at this point it's still art because we are super involved in what's behind that. If it's really automatic, it will open other discussions, but in the moment that there are some decisions that the artist is taking to shape the algorithm or to run that, I think it gets more interesting just because there's, es que no sé. And yes, there's a range between super automatic things and more craft things. But don't forget that behind this learning and machine learning systems, and there's people, because it's like if artificial intelligence or automatic systems, it's like God, something like it's there. And no, there's people behind, and there are biases behind that technology and those algorithms. And there's decisions behind those learning processes. So at this point, I don't think we are in the part of the spectrum where everything is automated. And if we are getting to there, let's see how we get there. And if there's not biases and people behind that. So, a ver, I went so philosophical. I don't know if this answers your question, because I got really into techno culture and techno ethics and bueno, super. Pero no, sí, es que.
Thank you very much. As we move on, I think we still have one last question on the chat, but I don't resist to make a comment and pose two questions. So in my humble opinion, artificial intelligence should not have intelligence in the name. So intelligence should be out of the name, artificial intelligence. So that's the first. And the two questions I would have for you, one related with this question of the authorship. I have the issue very well resolved for myself, but as we are in a fine arts university with graduate students and so on, I think it would be okay to bring this discussion for them to make it clear for you as an author and as an artist, what is the object, the artifact, the artwork, like you have shown us images that you printed, you have got on sale on your website, images that people can buy from you and get printed from them. And so from your point of view, so imagine that I am a collector of art, that the feeling of possessing an object, yeah, it's very important. For you as an artist, the artwork is the output, is it the program you did. As an author, I believe that you feel as an author, where do you feel with this audience, where do you point the authorship to the program, to what is printed, to what is seen?
Okay, good question.
All the images that no one has ever seen that your programs are able to do. So that would be the first question.
No.
One question.
One by one, eh?
I also prepare.
Sí, one by, espera. Good question again, claro. You suggested that collectors need to possess physically the artwork. I think we are shifting. There's a shift there. After the pandemics, it shifted even more. You don't have your money physically. It's there. You don't have your records. Maybe you have some, but they are there. You don't have more tapes or videos. You consume that. And art, digital art, has found during the lockdown that way of getting to collectors. And most of my collectors, they prefer the digital image rather than the physical one. So we have small houses. We don't have place for hanging a lot of things. We move all the time, no? We have to move because of work, because of life, and you cannot, things went digital. You have in your pocket a lot of your life, and it's digital, photographs.
But I mean, the output or the program, would you give your programs away?
That's a good question. Then, after this, I will answer that. I consider that the visual output, it's what I consider the artwork, but the algorithm itself, it has a lot of importance, and it's part of the artwork too. It's like if you are
just a tool.
Not the tool.
It's not just a tool to achieve a result.
No, it's like if you are a composer of an orchestra opera or an orchestra, whatever. You have the no sé cómo es diu, the score. You have the score, and then it performs in a way when they are playing. So you have both of them. I think they are important. You have the score, which is the algorithm, and then you have how that algorithm perform. And it can end in a print. It can end in a plotter drawing. It can end, but how it performs, it will give another agency, another materiality, but the score is there, and it's super important. It's an important part of the...
It's the new video object, like Manovic presented it, right? The object and its own description by the program and other possibilities.
So,
the last question I would have for you before I would give you the last, I think we still have, 7 minutes. Let me try to formulate it well. You did a lot of references to memories, to the crochet from your grandmother, to roots, to trees. You always pointed analogies between the images you have shown us and some natural or real reference. And my question is, is that the easiest way for you to let your work be understood by other people? Or in another way, what I want to say is there are worlds of mathematical and arithmetical beauty that don't have any reference by itself, that they don't need to seem like a tree or whatever. And is it important for you to have that relation with existing reference, or would you be able to accept the idea that it would be also possible to make something which is self-referential, that has got no reference? Of course, any one of us can interpret and imagine, this looks like water moving or wind moving or whatever. But why that need of relating it with natural phenomena and natural experience?
Jolín, good question again.
Sorry.
A ver, okay. These references to landscape, to nature, they are for me, and it's my way of working, and I'm sharing them with you. Most of the collectors of the artworks, they don't know anything about these references. If they not look in detail or are super interested in the project and they make some research, they don't have any idea. Yeah, I think it works for me because it's something that drives my inspiration. So yeah, maybe I need that for working because it helps me to get to an idea. But people that saw Ganchillo didn't know about what was going on behind these crochet things, and that the inspiration was there. They just see something that repeats and has some harmony of repetition and rotation. So I don't know if people get to know about these references. It's something that it works for me because it drives my interests and what I'm trying to explore. I don't know if I'm good to transmit or to put these memories into the final images, pero no sé, pero es decir.
That's a very good answer. To not know it's better than to know.
Pues,
most of the time.
Pues thank you.
So I will give you the last question in the chat,
okay,
which is, I think, related with the discussion we were having previously between the differentiation between generative art and artificial intelligence.
Okay.
And basically, Stig Moller said, provocative question, and his question is it even important to know the difference between both? And this, I add up a comment, which is, we used to say, if you want to lie to me, speaking about the future, speaking about the weather of tomorrow. And so, a bit in the line of what Stig is proposing here, is it really, how we say, important to know what's that difference?
Yeah, pues again,
in your opinion.
Good question. It's like, a ver, let me think about it. So the question is more about if it's work. Yeah, if
it's important.
If we need to know about what's behind that artwork, no? If it's a human, if it's everything automated, if it's artificial intelligence that it's learning, or if it's someone crafting the algorithm. Yeah, good point. Bueno, being informed and knowing about the processes also gives us the potential to be more critics or to learn, no, or to discuss about that. Do we need to know all the details? Pues no sé, no? No, because at the end, maybe you don't need to know if this is photograph or an actual photograph taken with a camera, with the technology behind a camera, or the technology behind artificial intelligence creating that image to make an holistic or an hedonistic appreciation of that artwork or that art piece. Yeah, sí, es que I don't have an answer for this one. Es good point, eh? We have this class, these are the discussions that we are facing CC right now.
Very good. We still have got 1 minute. I don't know if there is any question, but in my humble opinion, I think that if we end up full of questions and without answers, I think we are in a very good position and in a very good starting point to look for answers and to continue to research and to explore and to practice. And as I was saying, sometimes it's better to not know than to know, so that we have got the motivation to continue producing, questioning, and searching for. So, Anna, I really appreciate your generosity again, the beauty you have shown us, and your honesty and your time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
No more questions for 2 days or.
Okay.
Okay, let's just put it like this, and then it's done. Okay, so like most of you know, we've been running a warm-up program as part of the mission and the objectives of the Processing Community Day, and we ran a series of workshops. So this is just an image to present our school, the old and the new, the arts and the design, the technology and the artistic. And we ran it more or less over there in that top corner, almost every single workshop and almost every workshop. So we ran about 7 actions. This was not, well, it was an open workshop. It was more of an open class. And then this was run within the context of the drawing bachelor degree. And this was, the second one was ran within the context of the health and technologies and the web design interaction and video games specialization courses. So these were ran within educational academic contexts. And then we had the touch designer ran by a student, an art student who is here, is going to present the results. So this part of this mission is either to promote it with students and either to promote it for students and with students. So we have this mission to work with everyone. Yeah, and we had a series of them, most of them around processing, around Python, and around, so several topics, and they ran each one in a week interval. So, and this is the kind of setup we're going to be seeing later in the classes. So this is just for us to have a taste of what it is to be in a classroom here at FBAUP. And yeah, some of our trainers. So this is who was before. This is some guy, Mario, another student who ran the media pipe, who is also here, is going to present some results. And Pedro Santiago, and I'm missing a picture of Elena you saw in the first one, but I guess you'll see her here in a second. So these were some of the images of the workshops running, a lot of smiley faces, a lot of help going on around each other. So just to give you a gist of it, I was pretty amazed about the results. We had 194 attending participants. Of course, a lot of them are recurring participants, so there were a lot less. But yeah, there's a thing about free online participation. We'll go that in private conversations later. But I guess the outreach, this is taken just from the Eventbrite page. So the participants are mostly interested here, locally based, but I guess the reach is, you can kind of see, it's not just a Western thing. You can see interest spread out around the world. So I guess, I don't know, I guess I find this interesting to see people interested in us and us interested in the other people. I don't know. And maybe language is not a problem because we had several workshops running in Portuguese with kind of similar translation. So this is the thing I wanted to present. So this is Processing Community Day, but it's not, I guess most of the things we talked about were processing, but I guess one of the most sought out technologies was touch designer this year. This generated a lot of hype, so maybe you can take something out of this. And yeah, of course, processing and P5JS together combined also were a lot interesting. MediaPipe was very was very also sought after. And yeah, Pedro also did an excellent job. The workshop was filled with no promotion, so there was a lot of things. So this is just to give you a gist of the technologies. I guess we can probably diversify more the technologies and see what people are interested in, because we don't have to give them always the same answer. So yeah, this was just a small sample of what were the results of the workshop, and now I invite the workshop instructors and our colleagues to present. Não, era o Rodrigo e o Bruno. So, desculpa, Brasil. I'll talk a bit about each workshop, if it is possible. Deixa-me fechar, mais aqui, não é?
Mas o Bruno vai dizer alguma coisa? Ele tem o Bruno?
Yes, I'm here, Pedro.
Ok.
Hi.
Só um segundo, Bruno, só um segundo. Deixa-me só ficar para ti. Estás com vídeo, Bruno?
Yes, I'm with video, yes.
Just a small logistic. Okay. Let us just pin you to the screen here. Okay. Yeah, now we're here.
Okay. Okay. It's a shame for me don't could be here with you. But I will pass the word to our colleague Rodrigo Carvalho right now. Just 2 words to enhance what you were saying about the bunch of people that are present in our workshops. In my case, most directly associated with the design for technology for health. Design technology for health, that is one of our post-graduation courses. And the other one, interaction design and games, that is also one of our post-graduation courses. I think that was a great success. I hope that we can repeat those in the next years. And the results are there, and I pass the word to Rodrigo to share with us some of the outcomes.
No próximo ano os workshops têm que ter honorários.
Tem que ter?
They have to be paid.
Ok. Sim. Concordo, yes.
Thank you. So, may I speak, or you need to change something? Okay, thank you. So very quickly, because we only have like 5 minutes or so, I'm going to guide you to some steps from our workshop. So our workshop was named Information Visualization with P5JS. So our goal was to pick numbers from a table and make them visually interesting and dynamic. So I'm going to guide you from the steps, from the step 1, from obvious. The first step was what numbers are you going to work for, and there is amazing website named Our World with Data. It's a danger place because you can spend the afternoon here looking for the data sources. So after some time, Pedro picked this data source. It's the share of people who are happy in each country along the different years. So our goal is how can we pick these numbers that they are in a table and make them in bubbles or floating in the air. So the first step, so they usually, if you go to this type of websites, usually they are open source and all the data is free. And usually the data came as these like boring lists of things. There's JSON or in the CSV file. So our first goal, the first steps of the workshop, they were how can we pick this file and bring it inside the P5JS, so they learn how to work with these file structures, how to run to a JSON file and how to put the numbers here. Then the second step was to make this tool like a graph to visualize it. But then in the last step of the workshop, the goal was to make this more interesting visually and interactive and dynamic. So we started from this library. It's C2JS. It's a library with physics and bubbles. So we start from this point, and we decided to choose this example that works with bubbles and forces, and to use this metaphor of circles to show the data. So the first goal was to understand how the library works. The second goal was to explore our things in the library and see how can we explore visually the library. And then the following step was to pick the data from Eurobarometer and put it and use the bubbles from the library to visualize it. So here what we have is 5 countries, each one is a bubble, and then we can choose between all the years from 1985 to 2050, and we see how the bubbles grow, and the opposite of grow is shrink. Yes. Thank you. So now we have a small video, I guess. No. Okay, this is just a small video of the interaction. The library as forces that can have gravity forces that you can make interact with a mouse, and then you can move from the different years and see how the bubbles grow and shrink. And then there is an auto mode that the years go one by one. And then in the really last part of the workshop, we explore from the same data a different visual approach. Where we had 3 years, one in the beginning of the data set. One in the beginning of the data set, one in the middle, and one in the end, and we can see how things change from one point to the other, and it's always between 2 countries. So we also have a small video here explaining how this works. So we are able to choose each countries and see the difference between 1985, 2000, and 2050. So there is an obvious problem with the colors, that they were not the focus of the workshop, because a colorblind person will not see the difference between France and Greece. But that's a topic for another workshop. And it's done.
Good.
Next.
So maybe we can.
Okay, I'll just introduce both.
Tem alguma pasta aqui?
Sim, a pasta Hugo.
Okay.
Who will operate. So I just make a small introduction, because this year I decided to take, let's say, a big risk, and I proposed 2 workshops which were taught by 2 graduate students, respectively from the 2nd year. So I think this was a big challenge for them and for the faculty and for the processing community day, to give the challenge to the students to be themselves, to prepare introductory workshop. So maybe the results will not be so expressive, but the idea is to consider this as a unique and a beginning experience for the students in terms of sharing their knowledge. Like Hugo has worked with Isabel, giving the introduction to Touch Designer workshop, and Mario worked with MediaPipe, a much more, let's say, a more complex system to set up, which involves Python, several installations, and so on. And so I would say the balance is quite positive in terms of their achievement of being exposed to an audience and trying to make something work with them and teach. So just to give you this idea that this is not an imbalance, but Rodrigo is an expert, nearly a double expert, I would say. And Hugo and Mario, they are undergraduated. They didn't graduate yet, but they did make a great job, and I am very happy. I hope we keep this tradition of involving students in the workshops.
Are you hearing this?
So they were very, very brave people here. To face an audience before finish graduation and teach, it's not for everyone.
Hello. As my teacher already said, my name is Hugo. And along with a colleague of mine, Isabel Rosas, we're responsible for coordinating the interactive touch designer, introduction touch designer, visual reactive sounds workshop. First things first, I had enjoyed it quite a lot. We enjoyed it quite a lot. It was a new experience. We started off simple, maybe a bit too simple, but we were able to get through all the points that we wanted, went through all the components, and everyone took out, at least from my knowledge, a positive experience from the workshop. We started off basic, went through all the objects, the components, the inputs, outputs, because the objective of the workshop was to have a live feed. We were using the laptop camera and reacting with the sound visual. So when we speak to the microphone or an outside source sound, it would react with the visualization and the effect of the video. We went through it all and we compiled along with the participants and but responsive. We have a video project. Yeah, at the end, it was quite funny. At my colleague Isabel Rosas, at the end, while I was helping someone out, she was putting on a show with music and having all these things combined and having all this experience. If I can just put it on. Is it here? I'm not sure. I'll just put it on. I'll put it on in the background. Here it is. Does it have sound? Is it connected? Eu não sei trabalhar com computador.
E na barra de cima?
Realmente está mutado. Está mutado. Está sem som. Eu não sei Mac, por isso não tenho como ajudar. Não é mesmo. Output. Deve estar funcionando. Obrigado.
Fiasco. Então.
Só está a sair, não sei para onde.
É melhor ouvirmos aí do computador e pedir, somos pouquinhos, e tirar o cabo e ouvimos daí.
Não está a sair.
Não, o cabo, o do som.
Já tirei? Está.
Mas agora.
Temos o feed na projeção.
Perdemos no feed da projeção por ter tirado um cabo de áudio.
Não posso. Foi isso.
Okay, este foi o mistério. This is the generative part, you know. You take out the audio, you keep you keep the image. Okay, have no. Exato. Vamos ver se é generativo ou se é predeterminado. Output, headphone port. Show volume. Devia estar a fazer poop. É o mesmo, volta ao mesmo. Mas já está com som? Ok, tem som.
No computador.
E agora?
It's the first time I see.
E agora calou-se.
Activating the second.
Okay, let's just hear it out loud.
Yeah.
internal. You should be seeing the image, but you're not seeing the image because the image is coming through a sound cable. So can we maybe hear the sound and then we see?
This sound was generated within the program to affect the video, which you'll see in a second because I only have one thing at a time, apparently. So there you go.
Yeah.
Just put it back in.
Put the sound in and see. Let's see if you have image with the sound.
So you have to imagine, just repeat it in your head what you just heard. Nothing works now.
There it comes.
Okay, so roll back and there you go. So it was taking the live feed of the computer along with the external sound source, which was a sound file. Depending on the pitch or the bass, it would affect how the image is. You didn't come, you don't know. That's how it is. Come next year. And yeah, it was really interesting because everyone followed along, and we had quite a bit of time at the end of the workshop. So everyone had the opportunity, and I had the opportunity to help everyone else to develop something different and more complex and put their own files or put an external video. And it's a really fun time, and everyone came out with a different result, which unfortunately we don't have here, but trust me, it was a blast. And yeah, I would say the workshop was very successful. I'll go through the other images now. They're all more or less the same, but just to visualize how different, just a little bit of tweaking within the program, it changed the visualization completely. So I don't know how to put them. I can open them up all at once, can't I? If I just shift like this. There you go. There you go. So just a little bit of tweaking and tinkering, and it really changed the visuals. And yeah, like I said, it was really successful, I would say. And me and my colleagues at Belhozes loved to take part in this, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your. Tentar agora o computador habitado. Deixa eu mostrar.
É HDMI ou tens adaptador? Não tenho adaptador para HDMI, então. Tenho. This is a part of the circus and improvisation thing. Wake up. Ultima resolução. Okay. So this happened also at the room. So your computer is also. Okay. Não mexe? Não respira?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay.
This is a big achievement. 21st century to get a video output from 2,000 years like so.
Okay, so where should we start? So this was a workshop supposed to be an introduction to MediaPipe, which is a Python library. Also OpenCV, they work together a little bit. Although maybe we should have called the workshop like how to install MediaPipe, because that's what we did for most of the time. And well, what we found out is that if you're on a Windows, it's probably going to work. You might have to insert a really long command on the PowerShell. but it does end up working. If you're on a Mac, if you don't have the right software, I mean operating system version, well, tough luck. It just won't. So what I'm going to present you is not as much the results of the workshop, is more what I intended it to be. And I mean, I'm just going to show you the thing in action and then maybe talk about it a little bit. One second, there we go.
So this is the part for beginners to be not scared.
And is that it? No, wait, I have the wrong program. Sorry. That's the one. Here we go. Okay, so this is a simple application of what MediaPipe can do. So it has several different modules. The one I'm using right now is to detect hands in a video frame. It can also detect faces or an entire body pose. And let me show you what the result it yields looks something like this. So when it finds a hand, it has this hand map, and it can give you the coordinates on the frame of each of those key points. And so then it's super flexible. You can use that for whatever you want, really. In this specific case, I'm just doing an average of all of them to find like the center of the hand. And then I'm using the tips of the fingers to, maybe let's put this over here on the side. Then I'm using the tips of the fingers to calculate their average distance so I can shrink and expand the ball. And so, but you can use it for something visual. You can use it to, I don't know, make a sound louder or more quiet. I mean, once you transfer the data to a program like Max, for example, it's just endless. You can do really whatever you want. Yeah, but in the workshop, sadly, we couldn't get this far. Like I said, we spent most of our time just trying to make things work at the minimum possible level. We still had to do a little bit of introduction to Python because not everyone's familiar with it. And at the end, we were able to, let me just kill this one. And there is, at the end, we were able to get this, which is just a simple detection and drawing of the hand on screen. But I mean, that is really the base of the whole thing. And from here, it just branches out. So I don't know what else to say, really, unless there are any questions.
Can you make your hands just look?
Yeah, both, just one.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Let's see another ghostly computer. Show hockey computers.
Espero que não. Está mais ou menos em cima. Queres que eu coloque aqui? Não gosto.
Desktop.
Tem que apresentar.
Tira em show. Acontece o que ele faz. Tá?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I have this task of presenting the three last ones not in this exact order, and only one of them was conducted by me. These three last workshops gathered a total of nearly 60 attendees, which was great, between professional students from BA, MA, and PhD courses. Creative coding introduction with processing. This was an open class, Pedro already mentioned it. And it was, I mean, the first warm-up in the event. Took place in the context of the course of Digital Processes 1, the Drawing BA at FALF. And it occurred under a hybrid environment, gathering the insight and online participants. Just to have a context of the open class, in this case, participants were guided through the very first steps of graphical drawing and representation using only computer programming, variables, functions, and parameters, conditions, and loops to structure the algorithm and decision trees, and image-based media to produce a procedural graphics drawing application. Part one was this idea of drawing a Lego head figurine. Part two, creating a simple bitmap image filter. And part three, coding a custom mesh drawing tool. This was the very first step of that. I just would like to mention that this was an against time experience. Pedro did an amazing job. They couldn't even breathe or eat, but it was great. Some of them are here, so they can speak from themselves. Just a little image of the workshop that Pedro already showed. The second one, I believe this was on the 31 of January. So I was the instructor responsible for this workshop, and the software used here was Adobe. We used the desktop beta version in some situations, and in others we used the mobile version for iPad and the iOS, the phones, because what happens is Adobe is still not very stable under Android platforms. I mean, I usually refer to Adobe as a kind of a paint for augmented reality. It's a very, very simple tool. There's no need to have a direct contact with the code, but of course this has strong limitations. But it was very interesting to introduce augmented reality, especially to explain students a little bit of what user experience represents in this kind of augmented reality, and some to-dos and not to do, and the kind of workflow that happens around the augmented reality. So, I mean, I think it was a good experience, but I mean, I believe this is a kind of a first step to get into a Spark or a Lens Studio or something like that. So as I was saying, there was a first part, an introductory part with some tips and best practices, and a second section with small experiences. All the assets were provided by me, so the idea was just to understand how the software works. So some images of the room. So in this first experience, I brought the video. This one has no sound. The first experience, was with 3D assets within an horizontal surface. It's not visible here, but this has a tap interaction. This always happens with a video. This one here is an image of the software. As you see, is a very simple thing with the access to the assets, predefined assets. Then you can import 3D and 2D assets and animation with specific characteristics. Then over there you have the scene where you have all the objects. properties for the scene and properties for the object once the object is selected, and then the behavior. So here you have a trigger and an action, and 4 triggers, and I believe 12 actions. So it's a very reduced options to interact. Okay, so our second experience is a tribute to Saint Meister. The idea here was to work within anchoring to an image. So we can anchor to an horizontal, a vertical surface, and an image. So this was here the image. To detect the image, create 3 different animations and interact with them. It has audio, but it's fine. No. That's fine. So what happens is one animation interacts with the other, and then there's a little rabbit that comes out of the image. Finally, there's the generative design through image data manipulation. This workshop was conducted by Pedro Santiago. The purpose of this workshop was to use the digital image as a source of information to generate drawings, patterns, forms, and volumes, crossing in a fluid way, the 2-dimensional and the 3-dimensional universe. Grasshopper is a Rhino 3D plugin whose language allows from visual programming the creation of generative algorithms. Starting from the image as a source of information, participants were able to contact the universe of data as parameters and that drive and control all kinds of outputs such as shapes, colors, patterns, and line, both in 2D and 3D. Okay, some images of the workshop. And then this was algorithm number 1, the web of threads. The idea was to extract color information from the image in order to reproduce it under a thread art expression, kind of expression. This was algorithm number 2, extracts information with altimetric coordinates to be applied in a grid of points, getting acquainted with z-axis results, shapes, patterns controlled by the output levels of the image. Some other experiences here around the algorithm number 2. And finally, the image was baked to Rhino, opening the possibilities to a 3D printing. Thank you.
So this summarizes the main results from the workshops. I guess, as you've seen, we had a lot of technologies, a lot of students, also the certificates. And so we had a lot of participants, a lot of technologies, a lot of experimentation from the user side, from the programming side, node-based, text-based, and yeah, well, and throughout, like Helena said, throughout all either inside and outside participants. Some of the courses we were able to open a stream, some of them we were able to interact or not. And we had participants from all levels, professional students, academics, PhD students, master students. It was fun to have alumni also coming back and fellow colleagues and friends. So yeah, it's all, I don't know, we have some participants over here, and maybe they can speak about it. Well, if all is good, maybe we can take a breather. And we'll set up for the final discussion table about computational thinking, design, education. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Well, so we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. That's it. Obrigado.
So, hello and welcome to this roundtable about creative code education in the context of arts and design. I am Eduardo Moraes, and I, a couple of years ago, doctoral thesis precisely about this theme, and I will be moderating this debate. I want to thank all of you for being here for this discussion. I will start by introducing. So, right next to me, we have Antonio Sousa Dias. He's a composer, multimedia artist, and an associate professor at the Faculty of Fine Arts at the University of Lisbon. Next, we were expecting is Clara Neve, but unfortunately she won't be able to be here. So in her stead, we'll have Eliana Santiago, who is a professor here at Fine Arts Faculty and also at the Arts and Design Higher College at Caldas da Rainha, and also a researcher at the ID Plus and a collaborator at the I2ADS. And Alípio Jorge is an associate professor at the Faculty of Science here at the University of Porto, and is current director of the Computer Science Department, and he is also a researcher in artificial intelligence, and he drafted the Portuguese strategy for artificial intelligence. And finally, our own Miguel Carvalhais from the Faculty of Fine Arts here, and he's a researcher. He has written 2 books already about computational art and aesthetics, and also as an artistic practice in music. So again, I thank you all for accepting our invitation to be here. I would like to start, just with a little preamble. I think there is a growing consensus, and feel free to dispute that. That knowing how to code is part of the digital literacy. The European Union's digital competency framework includes computer programming and those digital competences for citizens. And we see a recent example with the introduction of Python in mathematics in basic schooling here in Portugal. So I want to ask Antonio, may I call you that?
Yes.
Do you believe it is correct to frame computer programming as a literacy, or is it something else?
Well, in the first place, I would like to thank you for the invitation and to be here among you in this very fine day, where I have learned very much. And now to answer your question, in my opinion, yes, I think computer literacy should be a part of the curriculum. I would say, as you said, I'm a composer, as also music and arts and anything else. I mean, there are, for me, a complete citizen should have an acquaintance of some tools, even if it's a practitioner in a professional sense, like knowing a little bit of music. It helps a lot in physics, for example. In computation, it helps a lot for framing your thoughts and to express your thoughts otherwise. So yes, I agree. It should be.
Is it just a literacy or something else?
Well,
something further?
That is the tricky part, in my opinion, also, because there. I should not say that I have. I apologize for my terrible English. I'm a more a Portuguese French guy, but I would say I have not mixed feelings, but more or less hybrid feelings. I would say it depends on what you want to do. For example, we have seen here examples where you want to manipulate the code, not to understand it fully in its deepness. And it's okay. It's a matter of choice. It's what an artist does. It chooses. It's so simple as that. Rather than, moreover than creating, you choose. It's, in composition, we say always, to compose, it's to choose. So it's to make choices. But on the other hand, if you want to work inside the code and in a very deep level, why not? Then you should develop other competencies. But there is historically in music a very interesting example. It's the antagonism between Pierre Barbeau, the father of algorithmic composition, and Yanis Xenakis, which used more or less statistical, not only statistical, but statistical methods in composing. And it's very interesting because, for example, Xenakis allowed himself to manipulate the results that the computer would give to him according to certain statistical laws. I don't like this note. Yes, I can change it. Why? Because it's in general law. Okay. On the other hand, Pierre Barbeau argued that if you want another result, you must rebuild the algorithm. So you can have these two approaches. It's not. After it's what you choose with that. And we can discuss that later, but
Does anyone want to discuss it now? Okay. I have a question to Eliane. Ursula von der Leyen, speaking as president of the European Commission in 2020, pledged to launch a new European Bauhaus, which is a network to be initially comprised of 5 schools, with the objective, and I quote, of shaping a world where we use digital technologies to build a healthier and greener society. And my question to you is, do you envision a role for creative code in these calls to reshape arts education?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I hope I can represent TISA the best way possible. Answering to your question, yeah, absolutely. And taking that, I will start with the quoting Liz from her presentation in the morning when she said that a digital file could be the beginning, could be the starting point. I think it was something like this. I believe that the proximity, the understanding between the artist and the artwork is essential, is a key element. Mainly through the process of creation. So once you have a barrier, if technology at some point, or in this case, coding, can represent a barrier, I think this is a problem in the relationship between the elements. So when I mean understanding, I mean connection, I mean familiarity. And because let's think about things this way, usually our first contact with the technology, with a digital tool, is through an interface. And this interface. So.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Justin. So I mean, and the interface, as much as you master the interface, you are limited by what this interface allows you to do. So I really believe that coding, that this idea of creating coding in education is very important to understand what's happening on the backstage. Saying this, what I mean is, so once you can do this, once you can get this connection, and I use the word understand because it's not necessarily controlling, and this I agree with Antonio. There's a choice there, right? How deeply you go into the code. But if you can understand this, so I believe this answering to your question, maybe we can build a world if we can have the tool to do that.
Hello? I have a question. What's this?
It's a troll.
Yeah, we have a troll in the house.
Oh yeah. That's
Okay.
Faz-me outra foto, Pedro. Can you just uncheck that and... Okay. Maybe we proceed.
Maybe interesting. It's because it's quite new. New
You're so
phenomenon.
freaking stupid.
Yeah. Just can't you just mute
everybody?
Can't you just can't you put it in invite?
Mas também, Pedro, também pode só cortar o volume aí. Continuar o carro.
Where were we? Where were we?
So can we?
After this participation.
Okay, so I don't. We were talking about the choice and the thing about basically the limitations of the interfaces. You know, we were talking earlier precisely about that. You know, about when desktop software became popular. There were immediate criticisms of them, that those kind of tools being the only way through which people interacted with the systems and displays matters of authorship, etc. I don't know. Does anyone want to add anything to Diana's response?
Please. We can go after.
Yeah, well, hello everyone. So thank you for inviting me and for having me here. It's great to be in this stage. I think two things were said here that may sum up very nicely. One is you have the freedom to choose, and the other one is you have more power when you code. So the power that coding gives you is very important, but it doesn't have to be for everyone. So you don't have to code. And about one of the, I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but of your questions. But one of the things were, should we teach coding to everyone or to every art student? That's part of the choice. So maybe you don't need it, and because when you put some skill into the degree, you have to take out something, or you have to make the slices thinner. So it's a choice of who designs the degree, but it can also be a choice of the artist or anyone who is considering or not taking coding. So I think that those are the two main things. One is freedom, the other one is power. Indeed, coding gives you a lot of power that you don't have just by using an interface or an AI application.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the book, Code as a Creative Medium, Colin Levin and Tega Brain shared the observation that in general, artists and designers, when learn through doing, what Jerome Osman calls the material practice, they prefer to improvise or iterate rather than pre-plan. And 3, prefer to explore the expressive potential of a medium rather than focus on utility.
So, Miguel, how do you see the specificity of teaching programming to artists and designers?
Yeah, well, I think there are, and going back to the previous question, I think there are usually two competing definitions of literacy that we may have. One is the definition of literacy as critical thinking about something, and usually that's the more frequent usage of the word. So I'm literate about cinema because I've seen a lot of cinema, right? I'm an expert in cinema in that sense as a spectator and as a critic of cinema, not necessarily as a producer of cinema or as a director. But literacy is also, or can also be defined as that. I am literate in some medium if I can create in that medium, if I can read but also write. And and that's the problem with teaching coding or programming or computational skills to artistic students, is that on one hand, you need to give them the freedom to actually customize their media, choose their tools, choose their ways of expressing. But on the other hand, you really need to give them basic literacy on digital media because everything is digital these days, or everything is computational. Well, not everything, but most things. That's almost, that's a philosophical question. Yeah, never mind. So you should give basic computational education to people, basic, digital culture, to use the name of a course I teach. But, on the other hand, I really like what Ileana said about giving, understanding doesn't mean to fully control. Yeah. So we also need to understand that artists and designers are not necessarily coders or software engineers. They need to understand the medium, but very often what we need to discover in the medium, particularly artists, artists need to work with technology, but their work is to actually subvert and twist that technology, right? Is figure out things with the technology and through the technology that other people cannot figure out. And this is a bit weird, it's a bit strange, but that's actually the main reason why artists are artists and not something else, right? So I really don't know what the solution is, actually. And I've been trying to figure that out since I first started teaching here, because I've been teaching students to code and I've been teaching myself to program ever since I can remember. But the right approach is something that keeps eluding. So I've been trying different approaches, trying to, I've been developing some principles that still guide me, like, for instance, not teaching languages, not teaching technologies, but teaching, means for an end, teaching tools. But yeah, that's the best answer I can give you.
Alipio, being from the outside looking in, being from the hard computer science background, how do you see that? How do you see the specificity of teaching artists and designers?
Well, I am an ignorant about that, so I never thought, I never had to teach artists or designers how to program. So the only thing I can say is that from the point of view of teaching programming, which is also very hard, even if you come from a more technical or more scientific or STEM background, it's still very hard, and it's very hard for some people. It's like teaching someone how to ride a bicycle. You don't really teach; you just put the person on top of the bicycle, and then eventually it works. But the approach in our field is more problem solving. So you have problems to solve, and you give the problem, and there you are. And there's a requirement for people to have a strong background in mathematics. For example, we are now opening a course for
for the society, which is like a first course on Python programming. And the requirement is that people have 12 years of education and have 12 years of mathematical education. So that's, I don't know if it is necessary, it never is necessary, but that's something that we put there for some reason, because when you teach programming, it's very comfortable to have problems like, okay, you have to find the square root of this number, or you have to just have a list, just calculate the even and the odd number. So it's very easy to make up problems when you are talking about abstract things like mathematics. If you are in the world of arts, or in particular in the world of design, or you can think of music or graphic arts. The challenge is the problems have to be different, right? So you have to, now you have to make this ball go from one side to the other and change color every 5 seconds, or so this has to be the way of thinking. So the motivation has to be different. So people have to feel motivated and see something coming out of it. So abstraction is not enough. Yeah. So I would say it's not enough even for many of our students, because they feel frustrated with that kind of problem solving. But when it works, it's very powerful, because then you don't need anything. You can just program with very little resources. With arts, I think it's a bit more complicated. You need to produce something. So it's abstract programming is not enough.
So I want to pose a question to Antonio, and then we can continue to discuss this. I've seen you manage a very large classroom. So how do you manage a classroom in which students present a differing acceptance of computers and of programming?
Well, let's say just to frame a little bit the discussion on that sense. I'm running one of the courses I'm running in Lisbon with a colleague of mine in this moment. It's multimedia computing, which in the context of a fine arts course, it's very broad. Okay, so when we start this, when I entered in the faculty, I myself, along with a background in classical music training, I also have programming training, programming training, I mean. So it gives me some facilities to work with digital systems and music and things like that. But there are my mixed feelings, because one of the things I remarked for me was very surprising in a compositional context where normally the abstraction rules are very, very hard. I found that most of the students, not all, composers, was totally able to describe their own composition process in a very precise way, but unable to express it algorithmically, although it was possible. I was seeing that it was possible. So it always surprised me a lot. And I think the question comes, I will come to your question precisely. Before that, in my opinion, maybe we did not in Portugal, in the teaching, we did not surpass or at least pass through Descartes. we managed from a kind of scholastic to post-romantic thinking, and I think there is something that's lacks there because of this way of thinking also that makes part of our experiment. Of course, when you go through a mathematical branch, it's easier to acquire that. It's just that it's not. this to say that when I started also with in fine arts, in the first years, well, we started with processing, just to give some basis in coding, but I put there already Unity, just to show students that there was no need to code and to give some tools more stronger in terms of results. But what is interesting, it's nowadays we are giving also Blender, because we felt that they do need, we are talking about the first year license degree students, okay? Because most of them feel the need to understand how to model. And I have an hint, that was the idea, not working still, that it was a good way to give them access to collab methods to make their own generation of video files online, to make the rendering online. Because as we are not a very rich country, we should use all the resources we can. Okay? On the other hand, what was the problem? Now moving for an artistic side, the way of more or less coding or approach to digital artistic means, I felt it is very strongly imperialized by between anime and Marvel, you know, this kind of an imaginary, which is very imperialistic nowadays over students. You are more, well, and every generation has its own problems. I always say to students, please don't bother. Youth is lost since Aristotle, so don't bother. That's not a problem at all. So just move on and we'll see what's going to happen. This lets, for example, it's very strange, but nowadays, in this moment, I don't guarantee that next year will be the same. In multimedia computing, I'm giving a very big part about computer art history. And it's a very, it struck me very much to see that for students were very surprised to understand that computers, at first they were analogical. How? And what was going on was robots, not digital drawings. Well, that's also because of plotters. So I think we are moving for another generation. So we must also move, and this to say what to say, because one of the problems I felt it's that maybe because I have that's my limit, as I have a classical training. In classical music, you learn how to compose like Beethoven and everyone else in order to finally one day to write your own. I don't know if it's good. Already Eric Satie said that when you say, well, it's good, I have experience, I always say like Satie, yes, it's good to have experience, but remember, experience, sometimes it's the mother of our paralysis. So, yes, it's good, but we must adapt. This to say that in this moment, what we try to do is to give hints of things to students. Some of them, for example, well, most of them starts to be more attentive to game engines, because it's nowadays the generation. I say for joking, I read the book, next one saw the film. Nowadays, you have played the game. It's okay. Yeah. It's not. But in that sense, I think we must spread things and then try to help. For example, what we do in this moment is that we give a first part of the semester tools, little exercises in tools. One exercise in processing, two in Unity or something, two or three in Blender and things. And then we say, please propose a final work. And if you want to choose another technology For us, it's good. It's not a problem. So it's, well, it's L.
Yeah.
But very funny. But very funny.
So, yeah, and so does anyone want to share from their experience?
I just want to tell a story that comes from the question you just put here on the table. I totally agree with Miguel. I still have no certain idea how to face an audience. I mean, in this usually I have design and in this actual situation, the drawing course. When I was, my first contact with code education was in my master course in Universidade Católica in 1997, something like that, or 1998. And I remember we had the CD-ROMs were the thing at the time. So we needed to learn lingo. And we had we were 24 architects, designers, and at some point the teacher was desperate because we couldn't learn anything. So he called for an engineer from Philp, and the engineer also got desperate. So in the end, what he did was he just gave us the code, and he said, "Make it happen." And he set some classes with us to check it and see if there were any errors. And that was it. So I have no idea what lingo is. And then came AS3, AS2 with Flash. What my point is, what I've learned from this is I have this idea that if you get too specific with a language, at some point, I mean, it might be substituted or it might be dead, or, I mean, so what I'm trying to do at the moment is kind of what Antonio was mentioning, is this idea of getting them in touch with understanding what, I mean, the word understanding again, understanding and sometimes working with frameworks. It's what it's possible to do, but at least getting them to know and demystify this idea that coding is one horrible class of mathematics, which is, I have no idea what mathematics is. That's usually what they tell me. So, I mean, this is my kind of approach.
May I?
That's your question.
Sure. You talked about lingo and I missed it. I never liked ActionScript lingo. But what did I want to say? I forgot. I think a big problem we have with artists, it's easier with designers sometimes. It depends. You know, when you're teaching something very function oriented, like for instance, I teach web design. So the set of skills that I need to teach, you know, to the very early web design students is how to code HTML, how to do basic CSS, how to do responsive pages, etc., etc. That's easy to teach because you're teaching mechanics there. Right? You're not teaching mathematics, you're teaching, you know, causal relationships, and you're teaching the way things work. And it's very objective because you have web pages, you have websites. It's very easy to, you know, to narrow down what students are learning instead of just giving them a very abstract toolkit that seems to be related with stuff that, to be honest, many art students try to avoid in high school, which is mathematics, when in reality, it's not. You know, mathematics are really important for programming some things, but I can't really remember, there's this quote, but I can't remember the author. Someone says that, you know, computer programming is, or computation, if you want, is more of a linguistic thing than a mathematics thing. So it's all about causal relationships. Mathematics is something that, you know, computers are really good at doing, but it's not what's at the core of computing. And that's what I teach students in areas that are less focused. So, for instance, in more project-oriented areas where we are doing more expressive programming or more expressive development, sometimes I find that it works better not to, you know, narrow so much specific skills that students need to acquire, like programming the language X or Y or something else, but try to program more on computational principles, like how can we use, say, algorithms or any sort of mechanical system to generate visual form or to generate narrative or to tell a story. You know, not really forcing the students to use code or to actually program, but leading them to program nevertheless, even if they don't use computers. And you can program using analog stuff, like you can use a deck of cards and still have a logical system that gives you, you know, leads you to pretty interesting results in the end. But because you remove the students from having to, you know, to get their hands dirty with, say, processing or any other language, then sometimes it gets easier to reach the results that way instead of, you know, bringing out the boogeyman of having to code, having to run code, because that's sometimes very scary. At least for current generations. I guess it will be worse for future generations of students.
Yeah. And continue from that. I'm going to, I have a quick question. I actually borrowed from Levin and Brain, and I'm gonna start to ask Lipiu a question, but then I'm gonna ask everyone the panel. And what is that you do in the first class that you, when you first introduce computer programming to new students, besides Hello Worlds?
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's a very hard question, actually. What I try to do, and I always do different things when I teach. I don't know if it is the same with other teachers, but I'm never happy with the results, so I always try to do something different. But then in the end, we always end up doing all pretty much the same, I think. With programming, one thing that I try to do, and I try to go away from the hardware, because, and I say this might sound very strange for people who are not from computing, but I learned to program in C. So when you program in C, you have to know how to address the memory, right? So, and there are many errors that occur because you just make a stupid mistake when addressing the memory. And that comes because the language is not high level enough. So it's not intuitive enough. And then I started teaching in R, which doesn't have this kind of problem, it's more data science. And then lately in Python, so that's pretty much what I use these days, with some other, and also Prolog, which is a beautiful language, is more declarative. And I think Miguel was making a very, I don't know if intentionally, but there was this very, very nice distinction between declarative, like HTML, CSS, and this is easy. People get it, right? So you declare things, you say, this is red, this is blue, this goes to the left, this goes to the right. So this is declarative, and it's Prolog is declarative. The tricky part is the procedural. Is you have to have an algorithm that first do this and then do that. Well, you say to the students, well, you have a recipe to make it to bake a cake. This is an algorithm, fine, this is trivial. The problem is when you have to go to the abstractions and you have to use the resources that you have in the computer. So the problem starts when you have to explain what is a variable and what is an assignment. I try to say students, okay, a variable is just a little box in the memory. You don't have to know anything else about the memory. It's just a little box in the memory. An assignment is just writing something there. So, and I say this even to master students when they don't know how to program. And I have master students who come from biology. They are in the masters of bioinformatics, for example, and some of them are learning how to program it for the first time. And so this might sound a bit silly when you're talking to people who are 22 and 24 and sometimes older, saying this childish metaphors. But it's the very beginning is this one. Is understanding what a variable is basically writing to the memory. And maybe this comes from my C past, I don't know, but I worry about explaining students that they are actually using the memory and they put things there and they read things from there. And that's the first block, the first barrier. And then you have harder things which are also hard to explain because again they are abstract. So it's the cycles, it's the conditionals. Even writing the condition, the stopping conditions, because then you are using logic, and logic for some reason is very hard for a lot of students. So just stating a logical statement with conjunctions and disjunctions and negations, it's hell. So this is that's partly the reason why you want people to know mathematics, because they have training in this. But it's something that I'm convinced that anyone can learn. It's very intuitive. But then it's using the representation. And this is the hard part, because mathematics is about looking at the world and representing it using symbols. And then you use the symbols and you try to mimic the way people think by manipulating these symbols. And the manipulation of symbols is procedimental. So this abstraction is hard if you're not used to think about these things. So when you teach the first lesson about programming, you cannot, as you said, you cannot be too detailed. So you have to go a little bit high, but at the same time, you have to know a little bit about how it works. Because if you don't, it just crashes.
May I just add one thing? Because about the HTML and CSS and about declarative languages, one thing that I normally do, because I teach web design to everyone in the design undergrad. So this means people that are very comfortable with computers, but also, that percentage of students that hate computers, that don't want to have anything to do with computers. They use them as tools because they have to, but that's it. So one of the things I tend to say is, HTML and CSS, these are not really programming languages. You ask any engineer and they will say, this is not programming. You can do variables, you can do expressions or conditional expressions. So this is not programming. What you're doing is you're describing a web page. You're describing the structure of a document. So you understand the structure of this document, and then you're going to use HTML to just describe it. And then you're going to use CSS. And CSS is, of course, far more complex. You're going to use CSS to format its layout. And then you eventually lead them to do, pretty complex or reasonably complex procedural work without actually thinking that they are programming sometimes. And this is kind of useful because it's, it eases the transition and it eases the learning process.
Cheating is useful.
Do you want to add, Liana? How is your first class like?
Usually my first class, if it's HTML or CSS, as Miguel is mentioning, or some word processing, for example, something a little bit more out of the box, in terms of organization or comprehension. What I tend to do is take the computer off the equation and try to show them that there are several variables, orders, behaviors that they can do within the class. So like having someone giving the orders and see how the other students react to those orders. And the idea is to demystify and try to humanize the process, if you want. And sometimes it works better than others. But I mean, usually it's the starting point. I remember we did this one workshop, we called it a processing workshop, and there was no processing. I mean, there was no software in the equation. So we used this huge typical inputs, like how many students there were in, this was in ESAD, how many students there were, how many of them were female, how many, whatever. And they needed to establish behaviors and to each of these coordinates. And it was really interesting to see the compositions on the wall. And it was curious. I mean, they don't know how to program, but they understood what was behind it. So this is usually the first step.
Can I? Yes, because I was thinking it's interesting on two things, because normally the idea of starting with a game engine like Unity and then moving to processing and not the opposite, it's because sometimes, but I have some doubts, generation doubts, I would say, because I use sometimes the projecting machine metaphor because of the loop conditioning inside the framework. And either game engines or processing or open frameworks worked with the same metaphor. I mean, it's a loop, a continuous loop, that and it goes like that. But I was thinking that when we were talking about the Hello World, I remember I knew the first Max. It was not still MSP manual. It was the IRCAN. Internal documentation Max. And I think it was the most interesting and finest manual for an artistic software I knew. There was no Hello World. That was later. As you can see, this was very late 80s still. And it started to propose very strong, it was examples from Philippe Manoury. So you start with machine, you just push a bank and it starts to do an incredible high profile music. So we wanted to know how to do it more, you know. So it was more easier in a certain way to get into the visual coding. Okay. So this leads me with some questioning sometimes of the adjustments, because, for example, I came from maybe in the years of C, because I learned still Fortran and COBOL. So you see, it's punch cards. But in those days and after, the idea was to learning methodologies of programming, because computers were so slow that it was more effective if you were able to write in a piece of paper the structure of your program, not the fluxogram. That was the first thing to wipe out. But with the response, I see a more savage programming, but which sometimes, in the case of games and artistic results, gives more results. And there is the thing which I would like to intersect with some questioning in the conference of Anna. The idea at this point, I think it's different when you are talking with designers or more fine arts, musicians oriented. It's a different mindset. And I like very much, although sometimes it has some other names, and well, it's the 100 years born of Xenakis, I think. It's interesting. He put a difference between science and arts, arguing that it was the same thing. The induction process, experimental process are the same. Maybe the difference for him, it was the idea of revelation. That I think Arthur Miller or others in creativity call the illumination. I mean, this is not a mathematical thing. And Xenakis, I think in some point, he explains very precisely what it is. It is the moment when an artist looks at the result and says, this is the result. Okay, you can't make a theorem on that, but he says it's this result. I'm responsible for this. If you are an engineer and you make a bridge, maybe the bridge would fall. That's another way, another stuff. But there, this is a point which makes so. The problem sometimes, and what is interesting when we see some working with algorithms, that some of them are very dumb, as Peter Wegner said in the late 90s. It's that normally we're trying to give something else with it. And that's the tricky part also, but what's also the interesting.
That moment when the artist that is programming, or whenever the artist has the aesthetic experience with the artwork, that's kind of a magical moment. And that's,
well, yes,
during the process.
I'm open to that, to that.
Because I was thinking that one of my favorite programming languages is still Max, because it allows me to be very messy. It allows me to be very experimental. You know, I can start something without having a plan in my head, you know, and just do a crazy big spaghetti and then refine it and then take it to a completely different way and eventually find what I am doing during that process.
Yes.
Not having a teleological, very guided process, which I tend to need to have when using other languages. And there's a moment or several moments during that process where you actually have that experience. You find the thing you're looking for, but you don't know what the thing you're looking for is. And that is, I find something really, it's a very special moment.
Yes, and that is the tricky part, because in some other, I know that is a certain style of beauty when you make a mathematical demonstration in certain styles. So I think in every branch we have more or less the same experiences, although they are directed differently, of course. And I think it's the interesting part in art, in the artistical approach. The question of art, I would say it's a different thing, because we were talking earlier and I was thinking, well, that question that always arises, if Beethoven makes the Fifth Symphony and someone asks, yes, but is that music? Stravinsky makes the Rite of Spring and someone asks, well, but is that music? And we know that is evolving. And I remember to see a very big discussion in the 80s because of fractal images when they appeared, because the authors described them as mathematical constructions. They were, and there was a big discussion with art critics saying that was not at all art. And I think that was, I don't know if it was Patkin that said one very interesting in that moment about that okay, their images were not meant to be art, because they were directed towards a mathematical visual explanation of a mathematical formula. Nevertheless, they could be passible of aesthetical experience. The sunset is not a work of art, although we can have an aesthetical experience in front of a sunset, you know, and in that sense. So this leads me to the idea that at the end, it's the time and space that makes that you decide that that's the work of art or an artistical experience. I mean, it's a kind of fluid contract.
Yeah, art is a relation.
Yes, a kind of, well, I don't know if nowadays if the more or less since last since when it is maybe a contract between those. And in this kind, for example, I feel very, maybe I'm going further, but I'm very excited about not only with generative systems. Okay, there is a long history on music about them since the 11th century. First algorithms, musicians, and algorithms, and well, we have a long story about that. But with the intelligence, artificial intelligence systems, I think there is something very promising, not in the sense of a conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that, and I'm going to direct this question first at Alipio. How do you see the impact of, I mean, we had a very full year, at least that's my perception, in 2022 with DALI, Stable Diffusion Journey, and then also text generation with ChatGPT. And so how do you see the impact of AI systems, to be more correct, machine learning in educational practice?
Well, I can tell you that the immediate impact of ChatGPT, as you may have noticed also in your schools, is fear. So people are afraid of cheating in first place, which is funny. So the first thing that arises is the fear that students cheat by using ChatGPT, and actually they have done already so. So there was an exam already affected by ChatGPT in a course which is between the Faculty of Science and Faculty of Engineering. So some students already were affected by that. So they found a way of using ChatGPT in a programming exam. So this kind of model can generate not only language but also programs quite easily. They do many things wrong, but I would say they can do. They can answer better than a student who doesn't study for an exam. So even if you get a 12 out of 20 with ChatGPT, if you're about to fail the course, it's a good deal. So that's the first thing, fear. That's what is happening now. Okay. So obviously, the next question is what you're asking. So how can we use this, right? So, and one thing is the shift, and the shift of what the students should know, what we should teach the students, right? So even I'm thinking about programming students. So there was this article this month or last month about the end of programming. What should we be teaching our students? Not now, but in 5 years, or which is almost now, or 10 years. So will we have a very short or a much shorter need for programming? And this is specifically in the case of programming. But we were doing like a room experiment with ChatGPT with a linguist in the room, and she was also trying some questions in Portuguese about some linguistic questions. I don't really know how to reproduce. So there is a text, and now tell me which are the blah 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 of this text. And she was also impressed with kind of questions, and she was saying, "Oh, if my students find this out, well, it's going to be hard to make exams now." So we will have to learn how to use this. And this is only what we have now. So one superpower of artificial intelligence is that it keeps evolving. So we cannot count on our evolution, only on our learning and cultural evolution, but not on our hardware evolution. So we are pretty much the same, but artificial intelligence will evolve and evolve and evolve. So this is now already shows us that we will have to be more more creative in order to shape our students in a different way. I like to see these tools as productivity tools. So we've been using automatic translation for 10 years now, and we do it regularly. I know of people that have been using now ChatGPT for doing very simple things like, please write me a text to justify why you have to do this trip. Okay, you just ask ChatGPT and it can produce this to you. And so you spare some minutes. So you can do a lot. If you are, I'm thinking more of programming students or computing students. If you want to build a system, you can build a much better, a much larger system because you don't have to worry about the details. And it will be the same for art students. So if you want to make a film, you can think about the spots that are important, and you can just ask to fill in what is not really important.
I've read about fiction authors doing precisely that. Asking language models to write, character descriptions and stuff like that.
Just fill in.
Yeah,
it's a productivity tool. So you don't like to do this part, or if you are a music composer, you can think of the parts that you like to think of, the melody or whatever. Then you ask the system to do what is labor, things that are boring.
I just would say, sorry, for a very brief. I have a terrible secret for you. Most of the piano players don't know how to tune a piano, or even how it is constructed, and they are not less good piano players because of that. So,
yes, but I didn't get it exactly where you wanted to get, but
so you don't need to go to the deeper detail if you don't want to concentrate on other parts of in that sense.
But there are many programmers and artists and professionals who are sometimes called creative that are not really creative. They're just producing things that a machine can produce. So that's the challenge. And you like to do that. It's like the crochet that Anna was showing. So you like to do it. I mean, it's fun. It's part of your pleasure. I don't like personally to do it, but if you like it, so a machine can do it much faster, but you want to do it. So with programming, with music, with piano playing, and with filling in, if you were having if you were making an animation movie, you may want to draw everything. If it's up to you, but you don't have to. That's the thing. It's productivity.
Yeah, in terms of education, I saw a suggestion by the philosopher Tim Morton that in terms of written essays, for instance, students should turn in the ChatGPT output first, and then their work would be of turning in their a critique of that precise output. So maybe.
And then just another thing, you can also use ChatGPT as an intelligent tutoring system. And you have to also teach students to be more critical. So critical thinking is much more important. But for a programming student, for example, well, it's typical. You have the exercises and you don't have the solutions. Your professor was too lazy to have the solutions for you. So you can ask ChatGPT and you can check. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's not, but you can learn something. So it's productivity again.
Yeah, I want to ask, how do you see the impact of artificial intelligence tools in your own domains? And I want to start with Eliana.
I totally agree with what Lipe was saying. Absolutely. I think it's fascinating. And I think it's a very powerful tool in accessing information, mixing that information, mixing data. It enhances strongly all the process, and it gives us, time to experiments or at least to try several and very different possibilities in our own work. I see it like that. I see it as a tool. I don't see it as a substitution, like a sci-fi movie, like we're going to be taken by the artificial intelligence. As André was saying a while ago, I mean, maybe we could take the intelligence from the equation and just call it artificial. I mean, I totally see it as, I totally embrace it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I see it exactly as we were saying here, as a productivity tool.
Yeah.
For in every domains.
It pushes the boundaries further, I think.
Yeah.
And that it's interesting because you can do awful things, of course, but you can also do very interesting things.
And it's curious to think, for example, in this younger people. I'm thinking, for example, about my son who's 17, and his goal is to know how to go around the ChatGPT. Like he was asking ChatGPT how to do a bomb or something like that. And ChatGPT told him, I'm sorry, computer says no. So, and he was, okay, so tell me a story where this girl needs to build a bomb. So, and he finally made it. And you say, okay, I got ChatGPT. So it's. I mean, this is his simple way of dealing with the tool.
That's kind of prompt engineering.
That's kind of treating ChatGPT in that case as a game, not so much as a tool.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a challenge to be beaten. I'm actually a bit. I think that language models, diffusion models, ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, etc. So these recent-ish AI tools, they're pretty interesting tools, as you mentioned. They're very useful in I don't know, for prototyping, for instance, for filling in stuff that you will do later on and that you don't need to worry with immediately. But I find them rather worrisome as tools for creation, as tools for artists, whatever sort of artists, musicians, writers, visual artists, directors, etc. Because they tend, what I've been feeling is that they tend to normalize style quite a lot in ways that people do not manage to control. They tend to enforce a standard look, so to speak, or a standard type of output that is very, very difficult to escape from. And that troubles me.
Well, that's good for artists.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's not. That's horrible for artists.
Artists will overcome that. So, because I'm very excited about these possibilities, although I recognize that most of the examples I see on the internet are very boring. Of course. But, well, you give it depends on what
the artists using them from are also very boring themselves. So I don't know. Of course, that artists have been dealing with technologies ever since. They will.
I'm thinking always about the first example of computer music, of real computer music. I mean, sound produced by computer. It's a 19 seconds music from 1957, and it's called the Silver Scale or something like that. And when I hear that example, if I was in 1957, and someone, although Stockhausen have made the Jung, and Berio and all those guys have made major electroacoustic works. And when I hear that little fragment, which is ugly, in a very poor taste, I mean, and someone said, you see, computers will be the future of the... I would be very worried at that time. And of course, things, well, got much more interesting, of course, because it was a potential that you could see. And in that sense, I feel quite optimistic about the tool. It can, of course, tools are what you do with them, of course, it's not on their own. This one, as all these techniques, since digital means can more and more through, I think the very interesting, and for an artist, it's the conversational aspect. Nowadays, much more evolved, but that was already when you make the program, you generate things, you see the results you don't like, because you would have to generate 1,000 draws, it would be one lifetime. So now you can, I like that. Now you develop, so it's, you are in conversation with yourself through a very developed hammer or tool. Sorry.
I don't know, do we have time for audience questions? Because
I would like just to add one thing, sorry, because of what Miguel said, and also Antonio, the current state of the language models, it's obviously impressive, but very far from the complexity of human intelligence. I personally believe that it will get there, or at least there are no philosophical or physical barriers to getting there. We are hardware and we are intelligent, so why not some other hardware have the same ability? But for now, they have some interesting limitations, and about the boring part of it, there's some explanation for that. And there's a recent paper this month, I believe it was published. So nothing to do with art, but they were testing language models, not ChatGPT, but other language models, T5, and these recent language models with problems. So these are basically logical problems, so giving teaching the language model to solve or a specific class of logical problems, and then a harder class of logical problems, which includes the first, and then a harder class and a harder class. And what they observe is that the model cannot learn how to solve the harder ones if it doesn't see examples of the other ones, even though there is some path which is also logical for us. And obviously we as humans learn how to solve these problems, and even learn how to see if these problems have a solution or not. And we can theoretically show if they have an efficient solution or not. But the language model is not there yet. So what it sees is what we get. So it's a very powerful regurgitator. Yeah. But it's very powerful and very useful. So very useful. It can be, as we said here, very productive. But it still cannot go out of the box in a certain way. So it goes out of the box in many different ways, but not in the way that we expect an artist in particular, or someone who is creative or can have a genius solution for a mathematical problem, or it still cannot do it in the current state. As I said, I believe that there's no obstacle for overcoming this, but I don't think it has been overcome yet. So it's the boring part. So it's okay. It gives you a lot of different variations, but it doesn't go out of the box.
And that's, if I may, the problem with language models, or one of the problems, are with pre-trained models, that they can only look backward. They can't look forward, because they do not create models that are compatible with our models. And that's why you get hyper-realistic images of people with 300 teeth, for instance, because there is something there that, because of the statistic models that are used to build them, works well, but works in a way that is fundamentally different from the way we work. So the relationship that we establish with the outputs, with the visual outputs in this case of those models, is sometimes very strange, but not strange in ways that are interesting so far, at least.
But sometimes it can be, sorry, just to add this one, I had a very troubling experience, not only me, of course, in some years ago, there was a performance I think was run by IRCAM. They trained a model with the interpretations of the performings of Glenn Gould. So we listened to the Goldberg variations in the style of Glenn Gould, but which was never performed by Glenn Gould himself. Of course, you can say, oh, it's not Glenn Gould. But nevertheless, it was quite moving. Maybe, and that is the important part, because we knew the context also. Okay. Maybe for some more experts, we can recognize the style, although not that particular recording, because it was generating in that moment there in a clavier piano, so a piano that can be played by a computer directly. And it was quite moving at the same time. It was trouble. You start with mixed or hybrid feelings.
So I don't think there's a fundamental, as Olivia said, I don't think there are fundamental physical or, principles that will that make artificial intelligence impossible. I don't think that it's impossible for a language model to produce, meaningful art. I think it's very difficult to achieve it. And I think that current models predispose us to create outputs that don't quite, go in that direction, that tend to steer away from that direction.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
There may be a comment or a couple of comments.
Yeah, please.
The mic, please. Mic. Which is sort of starting from the beginning of this round table. It's on.
Is it?
Starting from the beginning of this round table, the question of mandatory, if programming should or should not be mandatory, and maybe I may go in the rules and application. I totally agree that it should be mandatory in a perspective that it will give a much more transparency of the mediums that the people are using. It will make them less opaque if they have got a basic understanding of how the mediums they are using, if they know what the bit is, how image is generated, how image can be, how data can be transferred, and so on, and how can be manipulated. And I think there is also a huge difference between language and grammar. And I believe that machines can be, and language is not just grammar, and machines can be quite efficient creating relations and following grammar rules and structures and dealing with big amounts of data, but they are not so good with language as I understand. And then about programming in art school and in arts, I'm totally optimistic in 2 points of view, in two ways. So the first way is that I think artists always wanted and always will want to make distinct stuff which is different from what is existing. So they will always look, and even if you get tools that will facilitate the spreading of a certain kind of images or make it easier with less effort and so on, that can become messy and vulgar very quickly. And so I believe that artists will look for new ways. And the way that I think programming, for example, in this Fine Arts University, at least in the arts department, as the way as I see it, which is now, let's say, a mandatory skill for all the students. They start in the first year, they will need an introduction, and they also use it. So the idea is not, it's not the same approach as you said, as in engineering faculty. So we don't expect that they become engineers or being programmers. The question is, we want that they develop their creative skills, and that, as Miguel said, they can subvert very easily the function of programs and so on, and they create new thoughts on their programs. And what I see as a professor, where some of my students use programming, is that sometimes with even erratic programs, even with very, very simple amounts of knowledge of programming, they can create a narrative over it. They can create layers of relations of other things with it. So that the programming in itself, it's not the goal, it's just one more medium with which they can mix with other things. And then as the last comment, I think the basic knowledge of programming is also important in terms of, let's say, the ability they have to communicate, for example, with engineers, with other people which are more skilled than them with programming. So it's a question of basic literacy that will give them a more transparent view of the mediums, will allow them to communicate with other people who just got better skills. And at least in art, as I said, we are not looking for programmers. We are looking, at least from my perspective, persons that can look to a piece of program, transform it, add new meanings to it, mix it with other things, with physical materials, with human beings, with whatever they want. And that is the big surprise we get in this university, which is the amazing stuff they can do with very, very low level of knowledge of programming. So I'm very optimistic.
Does anyone want to give a quick comment? Does anyone else want to pose a question?
A very good resume.
I don't think this works.
I don't know. We can hear you.
I listened to a Noam Chomsky interview on the internet. And he was very pessimistic actually about the AI, the AI discussion. And he thought they were very boring. They never explored anything new at all. And now I'm listening to this discussion here. So I think the AI will be very, very good at filling the boxes completely. 99.999% of us will not go across the boxes. So I wonder what the students should do in the future. And then I think about Star Trek. They have computers in Star Trek, and they ask the computers all available knowledge, and they get it, everything. So, but they explore the new things. Few explore. We should educate explorers and find the new boxes or extend the boxes from what we know today. Programming might not be interesting at all. We just ask the AI in the
future. Does anyone care to comment or add anything?
I just want to say that Mr. Chekhov still has to push impulse speed on the enterprise.
Yeah. Voice command is not fun. No. But I would. Oh, you want to? I want to ask a question to you from the fine arts faculty. Do you think there's? I was in a sort of initiative which I think didn't have any continuation of having an interdisciplinary first degree between arts, basically digital arts, like digital. Like the PhD, but for first degree, and I discussed that with Bruno and with Antonio Coelho, and we were thinking about what it could be, and it sounded like a good idea, but then, well,
I think it's still brewing.
Yeah. So, So, but I don't know how it went on. I sort of left that as I said, well, no, just please, Veronica, step in. But then they decided, well, it's not really the time. But I don't know what's really happened. I thought it was a good idea. I believe in these interdisciplinary first degrees. Many people just hate it. People from my department say, it's a stupid idea. You just do a first degree on computing or a first degree on arts. And if you want to specialize, just do a master's on whatever you want. So my question is, do you think it's a good idea to have this hybrid profile of partly artist, partly engineer, that can work with both worlds, maybe become an artist that uses these things as tools, or an engineer that works for the arts? So what do you think?
I mean, I have to say that goes back to the initial, my initial remark about the European Union intention to institute the 5 digital Bauhaus, new European Bauhaus schools, right? I don't know, I'll let you.
But maybe I would have a comment on that, because I know that, well, in the University of Lisbon, we have the General Studies, which is a licensed degree that comes across. Students can choose, for example, to have a course in medicine, a course in fine arts, a course in engineering, and it's a kind of mix. And it's a hell. Even I think the process of putting it up, it all have a huge resistance.
It's completely free, or they can choose
no,
anything?
it's more or less structured, of course. But
like American
from Feijó.
Major and a minor.
Yes, it's but there are. I think there are many students involved. So this to say, in my point of view, it's a very interesting thing. Although I know that for the general, how it states teaching is quite a very huge resistance. But nevertheless, one of the things I see nowadays in our students and generations, and that is remarked already by Manovich since the early 2000s, is that nowadays we are moving not in specific categories, but in a space that ontologically in Western culture doesn't exist, which is the in-between. You are the in-between. And because normally you say you are wrong, you must be either here or either there. And what I see, and normally when students say to me, oh, because I like to know where they feel they are. They say, I'm not very sure. I like video, I like photography. I say, you know where you are. You are between photography and video. It's clear. Yeah. What's the problem? What's the point? And I think this concept, which is more theorized by François Jullien, the idea of the in-between, that exists in Chinese philosophy, but not in the Western law
concept, right?
And this in-between, which digital means also allowed this transposition of clothing, I think it goes on that, moves towards that direction. I think it may, this to say, just to argue that your idea, I think it's a very good idea, although I would think that there will be many resistance, but it's in the flavor of the time, it's in our present. Because I see more and more people that it is on that field, on that between.
Can I ask something? Professor Felipe started his comments mentioning something. You cannot add something, or you cannot add something to the curriculum without slicing or taking something else, because we have a limited time, attention, energy. If you're creating studies that are broader, then aren't the individual fields of study getting narrower or
less deep? Yeah, necessary.
I'm thinking about competencies like that I was mentioning, or like in our school, like we have the geometry, the drawing, the typography. So we have skills that need time. We have interpreters that need 10 years to reach mastery level.
Yes, but that it's another problem. A piano player that decides to become a oboe player in a high level, well, it's a problem. It's too late. But I would say that in some countries, you have this idea of general university studies, and then you define your core after. I think it's very, very aggressive, this idea that you at 12 must start to say, I want to do this. Please, we have.
I agree with that.
I say, sorry, I start from engineering, graduate in music, and finished as a professor in fine arts. Can I impose a parkour?
Can I ask you that path took you? That path
Lifetime.
Yes, but that's the. I mean, I think you can't. This would be, from my point of view personally, to be too arrogant that students with me will learn everything for life and that's closed. That there is life.
Our proposal, I think, could be narrower but be more flexible in the time to jump areas.
Yes, you live much more, at least. You have a more longer expectancy of life, and between the parkour, things change. Well, I would not
leave a conclusion.
Yes,
which is it's something it's a conclusion I arrived when I researched 7 years ago, and I think there is also a difference between the in between and the inter. And so consider that we have got 2 areas of knowledge of 2 disciplines, and if we would compare it with culture. Multiculturality is a precondition for interculturality. You can have multiculturality without interculturality at all. But to have interculturality, you must have multiculturality. And so I want to build on this. So the in-between.
I'm lost in translation.
For you to be able to cross over fields, so you need to have all the fields.
For you to have interculturality, you must have multiple cultures.
You have to have multiple fields to interconnect.
Okay.
Before you mix.
You must be able to, in this idea of in between, the term it's not good, it's
It's kind of a higher level of development, hierarchically. So you must go through the multi before you arrive in the inter somehow.
I don't know.
I'm totally optimistic, and I think it's a very good idea. Any initiative, of course, there will be, as you say, big problems, big challenges. Then you have someone which is not really an engineer, but there is a big chance of opportunity. And of course, as our system is organized, I think that some things work because they are built and structured on a monodisciplinary system, which becomes a multidisciplinary system, which then can become an interdisciplinary system. This was a question for you, Antonis. Do you agree that the kids have only knowledge of education musical in the first cycle of school?
Yes, I mean.
They don't become musicians, but in my point of view.
No, it's not that. It's not the problem. It's that. It's that you have a broad education, and you can have you don't need. We all learn to draw in school, but we don't need to all be artists. But nevertheless, we have skills and more openness to the world. So that is one of the points, one of the key points. And when I was talking about this in-betweenness, it's not that you are swimming more or less around, but it's the idea of Julien of productive confrontation. It's not negative, this word. It's that when you are in that in between, you don't turn your back to the other, like when you make a difference, A and B, you always look to the other. and you are always measuring your distance. So it's another idea. I don't have I have some problems with prerequisites, because sometimes I don't know if it can tend to a kind of strict power relationships. And I like this idea of Rancière that, for example, that's even teaching is the idea of dialogue between intelligences, and you are not aiming to go to the freedom. Freedom, it's the point of departure, not the point of arriving. And so it's rebalances.
Do you all know Andrés?
Yes.
Andrés?
Yeah.
I think this was maybe back in 2001. We were working together, and he has sent me a footage. It was in Lisbon, I was in Porto, and he has sent me a footage, a very strange footage. And I had been like 1 hour. It was a small clip, maybe 1 minute, and I had been looking to it once and once again, trying to understand. So it was a sequence plan. And I was trying to understand how that footage was done, if he has placed the camera on a robot, how that footage was done, what was the aim, what the author was trying to show with that camera moving in space. And then after that hour of writing, I said, hey, how did you make this footage? How did you achieve it? And so I went to the hospital of basic people in Lisbon. I don't know what's the name. I went to Júlio de Matos and I gave the camera to one very, very crazy person. And in that moment, I understood, so this was 20 years ago, that I was more surprised by the footage made by someone that had no school, no formatation of cinema school, of language, of scale of things and whatever, then if it would be the footage presented by a student of cinema. And so this is a bit also going in your, it's a story, but it's honest. I was very, very, I would say surprised, really interrogating myself, how this is so powerful, this is so good, this is so good. And it was just a great kind of film in a corridor of the hospital.
That where experience could be the mother of paralysis. No experience, no paralysis.
Okay, maybe we can wrap this up. So I want to thank you all again to this roundtable. Again, I hope you enjoyed the discussion. Perhaps we can continue this in the future. And thank you to the audience as well for coming.
Thank you.
Well.
Just a special cause.
Yeah. Yes.
As long as Andrés started this, this has been a joint effort, so everyone has played their role in specific points. Camila has held on has been responsible for maintaining this together for the past 3 weeks, and yeah, kind of all the staff, like Lucia, Ana Rita Feira, Margarida Dias, the support from Me2, of course, the guests, our invited guests, thank you all. And yeah, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for staying a bit over time.
And that's a wrap. Hope from the future resistance. Thank you. Hope to see you again soon. Bye bye.